Chapter 495. Yang Kai's expression was calm and his eyes were extremely clear. Obviously, he wasn't playing any kind of trick. Yang Inghao's expression suddenly changed as he asked curiously, "So, your biggest purpose in participating in the inheritance war is this?" Yang Kai nodded. "Only the Yang family patriarch has the ability to restore High Heaven Pavilion's name." "You don't want to be the Yang family patriarch, commanding the world, making clouds and rain with a flip of your hand?" Yang Inghao asked sharply. Yang Kai curled his lips, a trace of ridicule appearing on his face as he said lightly, "What's so good about being the Yang family patriarch? After sitting in that position, I can't even guarantee my own cultivation time. Great uncle, aren't you the best example? Although you're also an above immortal ascension boundary master. In my opinion, your strength should be relatively poor, right?" "Impudence!" Yang Jin shouted angrily, his eyelids twitching. He had never seen anyone who dared to speak so boldly in front of Yang Inghao. Yang Inghao waved his hand, stopping Yang Zhen's reprimand, his mouth curling into a smile as he nodded. Among the above immortal ascension boundary masters, I am indeed not very good. I can only count as a floor mater. This is the tragedy of every Yang family patriarch. You being able to see through this is beyond my expectations." After pausing for a moment, he continued meaningfully, "But do you know why every Yang family patriarch is an above immortal ascension boundary master?" Listening to him say this, Yang Kai suddenly wondered. According to the ancient records, every patriarch of the Yang family was indeed an above immortal ascension boundary master, without exception. The above immortal ascension boundary was the pinnacle of this world. Very few people could reach this level, overlooking all living beings. It was impossible for every Yang family patriarch to have such talent and aptitude, right? Moreover, Yang Inghao's age wasn't too old, at most around 50 years old. Reaching the above immortal ascension boundary at such a young age, just how terrifying was his aptitude? Such a terrifying aptitude. Why was he at the bottom of the above immortal ascension boundary masters? Because the Yang family has the heritage to allow the patriarch to reach the above immortal ascension boundary. Yang Inghao stared straight at Yang Kai and said. Yang Kai's expression changed. Suddenly, he realized that he seemed to have inadvertently overheard a Yang family secret. "Do you understand what I mean?" Yang Inghao asked. Kai Yang shook his head, although he had some speculations in his heart. But he wasn't certain. Yang Inghao smiled. "Do you think being the patriarch of the Yang family is all about working hard for the family? Patriarch is patriarchus est? This father thesis estes father. Yang Kaises I SSSS teat S cultivations. He's this S's." Yang's words. "Let's not talk about him first. Let's talk about me first. If I were to cultivate by myself, the current me would probably be at the peak of the immortal traversing realm. I'm well aware of my own aptitude. Peak immortal ascension boundary is my limit. Even if I were given another 50 years, I wouldn't be able to reach the above immortal ascension boundary. Many cultivators are, and peak immortal ascension boundary masters are not uncommon. However, above immortal ascension boundary masters are extremely rare. But since I became the patriarch of the Yang family, I broke through to the above immortal ascension boundary 5 years ago." Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he asked, "So the patriarch's position is related to your current cultivation?" "You can say so." Yang Inghao gently nodded. "As for what's the secret behind it, it's not convenient for me to tell you. You only need to know this." "Why is Patriarch telling me this?" Yang Kai was puzzled. Although listening to Yang Inghao's words, he did have some interest in the Patriarch's position, but that was it. "Just chatting, you don't have to worry about it." Yang Inghao smiled lightly. Yang Kai frowned, secretly shaking his head and asking, "Then what about my request?" Yang Inghao nodded. "I do have the ability to restore High Heaven Pavilion's name. But if I agree to your request now, I'm afraid the world will misunderstand that I'm using this condition to force you to withdraw from the inheritance war, so I refuse." Yang Kai's expression sank. "If you want to restore the sex name, You must rely on your own ability. Or do you think that without a few blood warriors, you won't be able to win the inheritance war? Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he shook his head. Patriarch, this kind of provocation is useless against me. Then prove it with your own strength. Yang Inghao smiled faintly. The blood warriors must be recalled, and your losses will be compensated by the family. State your request. The reason I came here today is to deal with this matter. Yang Kai took a deep breath, knowing that at this point, there was nothing he could do. The family had already decided that no matter how much trouble he made, he couldn't win. Frowning for a long time, Yang Kai suddenly raised his head and declared, I want all the blood warriors who follow me now, including those who follow me in the future, to belong to me. Yang Inghao's body stiffened as he stared at Yang Kai in amazement. Yang Zhen and the other white-haired elders all had their mouths wide open, none of them having expected Yang Kai's appetite to be so big. This request is too unreasonable. Yang Zhen coldly snorted. The masters of the Blood Warrior Hall had always been loyal to the family, never to a single person. But now that Yang Kai had made such a request, if he agreed, it would mean that at least 7 blood warriors would be under his name. I only have this request. Whether you agree or not is up to Patriarch to decide. Yang Kai reiterated, his expression serious. Even Yang Inghao, as the patriarch of the Yang family, who was accustomed to great winds and waves, couldn't help feeling a headache. No one had ever made such a request to him before. It could be said to be extremely rude. But he had just refused another request from Yang Kai, and now he refused again. What's more, this was the family's proposal to compensate him for his losses. Smiling bitterly, Yang Kai asked, most of those blood warriors can't participate in the inheritance war. What do you want them to be loyal to you for? Naturally, I have a use for them. Yang Kai replied faintly. Yang Inghao let out a sigh of relief, his expression somewhat helpless, hesitating for a moment before nodding. Good, I agree. Yang Kai couldn't help looking at him with some surprise, not having expected him to agree so quickly. Yang Zhen hurriedly tried to stop him. Patriarch, you can't. It's fine. Yang Inghao waved his hand. Yang Kai is also a Yang family member. The blood warriors under his name are still part of the Yang family. Although that's the case, but good, that's enough. This time it was the family's fault. Yang Inghao obviously didn't want to talk about this anymore, turning to Yang Kai and saying, I agree to your request. I hope you can make good use of these blood warriors in the future. It wasn't easy for the family to cultivate them. I know, many thanks, great uncle. But you need to determine which 2 blood warriors will participate in the inheritance war. Once you've confirmed, the other blood warriors must not contribute anything in the inheritance war. Are you sure now? Yang Kai frowned. But Yang Kai suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Chu Gao-yi and Ying Jiao were the first to follow him, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were the first to meet him, and they were also the ones who had welcomed him back to the central capital. Xiao Shun, Luo Hai, Yan Lingxing, and Yang Kai's friendship with them wasn't deep, so aside from them, there were still 4 blood warriors left. After hesitating for only a moment, Yang Kai's expression became firm. Then Ying Jiao and Tang Yuxian will do. Decisive, that's the spirit of a Yang family member. Yang Inghao praised, that's all for now, you should return to War City as soon as possible. Disciple will take his leave. Yang Kai bowed and calmly withdrew from the elder hall. Outside, Ying Jiao and Tang Yuxian's foreheads were filled with sweat as they waited anxiously. The quarrel in the elder hall naturally did not escape their ears, and all of them secretly broke out in cold sweat for Yang Kai. When Yang Kai came out, the 2 of them nodded gratefully to him. Yang Kai choosing them as his helpers in the inheritance war naturally made them feel honored and proud. After coming out of the elder hall, Yang Kai didn't say anything, but anyone could see that his mood at the moment wasn't very good. After returning to the 4th master's house, Yang Kai left behind some myriad drug liquid for the 4th master and Dong Suju before flying back to War City with Ying Jiao and Yuxian. Along the way, Yang Kai's silence made both Ying Jiao and Yuxian anxious. Both of them wanted to ease the depression in Yang Kai's heart, but they didn't know how to comfort him. Just as they were feeling anxious, Yang Kai, who was riding his cloud-treading colt in front of them, suddenly burst into laughter. The two blood warriors glanced at each other suspiciously before quickly catching up. Glancing sideways, they saw Yang Kai's face filled with joy, all of his previous gloominess and unhappiness flying out of his eyes. "Little lord." Tang Yuxian pursed her red lips, not knowing why his mood had changed so much. Yang Kai laughed even louder. Tang Yuxian suddenly realized, so little lord's expression just now was just for others to see. After taking such a big advantage, of course I need to find some psychological balance for those around me. If I had been too excited, I'm afraid those elders would have been suspicious. Yang Kai nodded lightly. This time, it could be said that he had profited greatly. Although the family's orders had a restraining effect on Yang Kai's progress in the inheritance war, in the long run, Yang Kai was undoubtedly the biggest winner. So many blood warriors were now under his name, and from now on they would be at his disposal. This was a precedent that had never been seen in the entire Yang family. Blessings and disasters came hand in hand, it was true. What's more, only 2 blood warriors could participate in the inheritance war, so how could they not win? Yang Kai was full of confidence in his future. All the way he felt refreshed. The 100-kilometer journey only took half an hour to complete. The roaring of the cloud-treading colt alarmed Qiu Yimeng, who had been waiting anxiously in the mansion. Young Lady Qiu hurried out to greet them, her pair of beautiful eyes carefully observing them, secretly wondering why the Yang family had summoned Yang Kai back to the central capital. After seeing Yang Kai's silent expression, her heart couldn't help trembling, secretly feeling that something was wrong. Chapter 496. From the look on Yang Kai's face, it was clear that he had encountered something bad in the Yang family. Qiu Yimeng thought to herself, but didn't dare to ask immediately, instead just silently leading him into the house. Inside the main hall, the leaders of many forces had gathered. They had all heard the news that Yang Kai had been recalled to the family and naturally wanted to know the reason. More than a dozen pairs of eyes stared straight at Yang Kai, waiting for him to speak. The hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. "There's good news and bad news." Yang Kai took a deep breath and looked around. "Which one do you want to hear?" "There's good news and bad news." Huastar smiled and shook his head. "Then let's hear the bad news first. It can't be any worse than the news we heard this morning." Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. Although he didn't know what he was talking about, he didn't ask. If there was any good news in War City, Qiu Yimeng would definitely inform him. The bad news is that only 2 of the blood warriors in the mansion can participate in the inheritance war, the rest of them are not allowed to contribute. "What?" Everyone was shocked. Qiu Yimeng's brow furrowed as she asked, "What do you mean?" Yang Kai briefly explained the family's decision. After comprehending the profound meaning behind it, everyone became filled with righteous indignation, and their expressions turned ugly. "But," Huastars shouted, "isn't your Yang family taking this too lightly? How can you just change the rules of the inheritance war?" "That's right, how could this be?" With this, the gap in strength between the Yang family and the other houses has been shortened in an instant. Everyone began to criticize the Yang family elder hall, even a woman as cold as Han Shaoqi. A trace of anger also appeared on her face. Originally, the situation was good. With 7 blood warriors on Yang Kai's side, it was enough to sweep away all the enemies. But now it was undoubtedly impossible. "Yang Kai, why didn't you argue with the Yang family elder hall? These blood warriors all came to you of their own free will, yet you just let them be reduced for no reason?" Huastars said angrily. "Shut up." Qiu Yimeng took a deep breath and scolded. When she heard the news just now, she also felt a knot in her chest. Her heart was filled with anger, but when she calmed down, she realized that although Yang Kai had said so, he was still a man. However, there was not the slightest hint of displeasure on his face. She immediately knew that he actually didn't care about this result. "What's the other good news?" Qiu Yimeng looked at Yang Kai and asked, "Let's hear it." The crowd suddenly quieted down and looked at Yang Kai. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth slowly rose. With a light smile on his face, Yang Kai said, "The good news has nothing to do with you, nor does it have anything to do with the inheritance war, it only concerns me." All the blood warriors who have pledged allegiance to me now and in the future will be under my name and swear allegiance to me. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. Thinking about it carefully, they immediately realized the huge benefits contained within. What? Dong Qinghan's face filled with disbelief. Did your Yang family really agree to this condition? Not bad. Fuck. Hua stars were also stunned. Qiu Yimeng smiled and slowly shook her head. Yang Kai, you've really gained a lot. All the blood warriors who had pledged allegiance to him now and in the future would only be loyal to Yang Kai. In other words, regardless of whether he won the final victory in the inheritance war, Yang Kai's status in the Yang family in the future would not be low. With so many blood warriors as his followers, how could his status be low? At the very least, he would be an elder. A Yang family elder. That was a character whose status was comparable to the sect master of a first-class force. The family probably went too far this time, so they agreed to my condition. Yang Kai chuckled. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't have been able to obtain such a big benefit. Qiu Yimeng gently nodded. In the short term, this is indeed bad news for the inheritance war, but for your long-term development, it is quite beneficial. In any case, congratulations first. A burst of congratulatory voices sounded. Yang Kai smiled lightly, but when he looked around he suddenly found that everyone was hiding a trace of worry, so he couldn't help asking, did something happen last night? He had only been gone for one night, yet everyone's expressions had changed so much, it was obvious something big had happened last night. Everyone couldn't help coughing lightly and sitting up straight. Qiu Yimeng smiled bitterly. I can't hide anything from you, I was just about to tell you. He sighed and said, just like you, I have good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first? The bad news. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became serious. Yang is abstained. What? Yang Kai's face paled. You didn't hear wrong, your seventh brother Yang Ying abstained last night. What happened? Yang Kai frowned. This was not something he could have expected. After the inheritance war, only 4 of the 8 great young lords remained. Yang Wei, Yang Zhao, Yang Kai, and Yang Ying. Among these 4, Yang Kai had the most masters gathered in his house. Just his 7 blood warriors were already superior to everyone else, not to mention the old demon and Meng Wuya. In addition, the one with the most supporters was Yang Ying. In this regard, the other 3 couldn't compare. After all, that night, after Yang Kai attacked Yang Shen's mansion and seized his flag, all of Yang Shen's subordinates, except for the 2 blood warriors, had gathered in Yang Ying's house. Yang Ying had the support of 2 young lords. No matter how one looked at it, Yang Ying wasn't the worst of the 4. But he had actually taken the initiative to abstain. This was beyond everyone's expectations, and it happened last night when Yang Kai left War City. I don't know the specifics. Qiu Yimeng shook her head. Qiu Yimeng shook her head. She only found out this morning. It is said that your second brother went to Yang Ying's mansion alone and negotiated with him for half the night. I don't know what kind of benefits and conditions were promised, but Yang Ying took the initiative to abstain. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and quickly said, so, 7th brother's subordinates? They're already in your second brother's house. Qiu Yimeng smiled bitterly and shook her head. After absorbing the people from Yang Ying's house, Yang Zhao's strength had now reached an incredible level. It was completely different from Yang Kai's current situation. He was the one with the strongest army. That night was really full of changes. Yang Kai's expression was gloomy as he sneered. He had only left for one night and such a big event had happened in War City. His second brother had really taken advantage of this opportunity. If he hadn't been summoned by the Elder Hall yesterday, last night, Yang Kai would have already taken the 7 blood warriors to war. But now, Yang Kai had completely lost the advantage he had originally accumulated. On the contrary, he had to be careful of his second brother's actions. The situation had taken a sudden turn, and the gap between the two was too big to bear. He had been summoned by the Elder Hall yesterday evening, and now his second brother had made a big move. Whether this was a coincidence or not, Yang Kai didn't know. But now, the trend of the inheritance war had become complicated and confusing. At the very least, Yang Zhao had become a difficult bone to chew. His eldest brother was definitely not easy to deal with. Of the remaining 3 brothers, who would emerge victorious was a matter of great concern to the entire world. What's the good news? Yang Kai calmed down and asked. The good news isn't very good for you right now. Qiu Yimeng's face showed a touch of helplessness as she clapped her hands and said, Come in. 2 people walked in from the door. Yang Kai only glanced at them and immediately understood what Qiu Yimeng meant. These 2 were the 2 blood warriors who had followed his 7th brother. Now that Yang Ying had taken the initiative to abstain, they had the opportunity to choose a new follower. Just like the other blood warriors, these 2 had also come to seek refuge with Yang Kai. However, since Yang Kai had agreed to the Elder Hall's request, these 2 couldn't contribute much in the inheritance war. Wu Ju, Fu Song, greet the little lord. Yang Kai nodded gently. Did you hear what I just said? We heard. The 2 nodded and smiled. Then we will ask the little lord to take care of us in the future. Likewise, subordinates will retire. The 2 came out to meet with Yang Kai. Immediately after, they retreated. What do you plan to do now? After the 2 blood warriors left, Qiu Yimeng asked softly. I'll observe the situation first. Yang Kai was also somewhat helpless. Although the forces he had gathered now weren't bad, with so many blood warriors at his disposal, he couldn't act as unscrupulously as he had expected. Not to mention, Yang Zhao also had a strong army now, so he had no choice but to be cautious. So much had changed in one night, the world was truly fickle. Although everyone felt some injustice for Yang Kai, when they thought about how he had so many blood warriors at once, they didn't think it was a big deal. After dispersing, everyone went back to cultivate. Yang Kai summoned all the blood warriors. Including the 2 who had just joined this morning, there were now 9 blood warriors gathered in his house. This number was quite amazing. The Elder Hall's decision was something the many masters of the Blood Warrior Hall had heard from Yin Jiao and Tang Yuxian. Looking at the masters in front of him, Yang Kai said, Of the 9 of you, I can only choose 2 to participate in the inheritance war. Yin Jiao has been responsible for my safety, concealment, and assassination, so none of you can compare, so I chose him. As for Yuxian, she is proficient in soul skills and is the only woman among you, so I also chose her. I hope none of you have any complaints. Subordinates wouldn't dare. Everyone shouted in unison. I know you won't. Yang Kai nodded. In fact, there is another reason I chose Yuxian. Everyone couldn't help feeling curious. Yang Kai smiled. I also want to be with a beautiful woman. Even Tang Yuxian, who had a calm temperament and rich experience, couldn't help blushing slightly. Little lord. The expressions of the group suddenly became ambiguous. Yang Kai's expression became serious and no longer spoke any nonsense. Although the remaining 7 of you can't play a role in the inheritance war, in your spare time, you can teach the cultivator in the house how to cultivate. That's not a problem. Tu Feng nodded. They were all masters of the Yang family Blood Warrior Hall, each of them an immortal Ascension Boundary 7th or 8th stage cultivator. Giving pointers to the people in the house was a piece of cake. Presumably, the cultivator in the house would also be ecstatic. Being able to receive pointers from the Yang family Blood Warriors was not an opportunity that ordinary people could obtain. Chapter 497. After talking to the Blood Warriors for a while, Yang Kai let them disperse. Only Tang Yuxian was left behind. Just now, Yang Kai had made a small joke about her, so Tang Yuxian was still blushing slightly, not knowing why Yang Kai had left her alone. Yuxian, we're not outsiders, so I won't hide some things from you. Yang Kai said softly with a serious expression. Little lord, please speak, Yuxian is listening. Tang Yuxian also nodded. I can't explain it clearly, feel it? After Yang Kai finished speaking, a tyrannical spiritual energy burst out from his body and enveloped Tang Yuxian. Tang Yuxian's tender body trembled violently, her beautiful eyes flashing as she stared at Yang Kai incredulously. Did you feel it? Yang Kai asked. Tang Yuxian froze for a moment before nodding lightly. Little lord, is this your own spiritual energy? Yang Kai had already cultivated his spiritual energy, but Tang Yuxian and Tu Feng didn't know about it. But this time Yang Kai wanted to ask Tang Yuxian some questions about her soul, so he had revealed his spiritual energy in front of her. So that's how it is. The spiritual energy that broke out in Yang Tai's mansion that night was Little Lord's. Tang Yuxian suddenly realized. Even after a few months, she still remembered clearly that on the first night of the Inheritance War, a great battle had broken out in Yang Tai's mansion. At the same time, a tyrannical divine sense had enveloped Yang Tai's mansion, deterring everyone. At that time, she had been wondering which master this spiritual energy belonged to, but it wasn't until now that she understood. Little Lord, you're only Yuan Qi Boundary 9th stage. How could he possess a peak immortal ascension boundary spiritual energy? Moreover, it should have been several months ago. According to this, Yang Kai had been cultivating his spiritual energy for a long time. I don't know. Yang Kai shook his head, not saying much. Your attainments in soul skills are better than others. I just wanted to learn something from you. Mengwia, the old demon. All of them were masters among masters, and their attainments in the field of soul were definitely not weaker than Tang Yuxian's, but each of them had their own strengths. Yang Kai was only a step away from the immortal ascension boundary, so naturally he wanted to make some preparations in advance, especially when it came to breaking through to the immortal ascension boundary. The Yuan Qi state was a watershed for a cultivator. The Yuan Qi in the body would transform into Yuan Qi, becoming denser, purer and stronger. The immortal ascension boundary was also a huge dividing line for martial artists. In this boundary, the cultivator would open up his own sea of consciousness, nurturing and cultivating divine sense. What does Little Lord want to ask specifically? Tang Yuxian calmed herself down and asked. For example, how did you open up your own sea of knowledge? Yang Kai asked after thinking for a while. Subordinate remembers that I took some precious treasures to supplement my soul. Tang Yuxian recalled for a moment before slowly saying, I'm not too sure about that, but it's fine. Little Gongzi, let me demonstrate it for you. I still remember the situation back then. Demonstration? Little Lord, enter my sea of knowledge. Tang Yuxian didn't have any vigilance. She directly released the defenses of her sea of knowledge. Good, Yang Kai nodded. His divine sense turned into a stream and rushed into Tang Yuxian's mind. Looking around, the sky was clear, the water was clear, and the vast ocean appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes. In that boundless sea, there was Tang Yuxian's divine sense. Yang Kai couldn't help but frown slightly. So far, Yang Kai had broken into the sea of knowledge of 3 people. The first was Shanqing Luo, the second was the little senior sister, and the third was Tang Yuxian. Breaking into someone else's sea of knowledge, he could clearly feel the changes in their hearts and thoughts. This was a very subtle feeling, as if he had become a worm in that person's stomach, and any changes in their mind could not be hidden from the prying eyes of the observer. Therefore, if the relationship was not particularly good, a cultivator would not release the defenses of their sea of knowledge to outsiders. The sea of knowledge of the 3 people gave Yang Kai different feelings. Shanqing Luo's sea of knowledge contained a charming and seductive feeling. The vast knowledge sea seemed to be able to suck Yang Kai's soul into it, making it impossible for him to extricate himself. Senior sister's sea of knowledge gave a refreshing and natural feeling. Staying in the little senior sister's sea of knowledge, he could forget all his troubles and worries. Her aura could quickly calm Yang Kai, making his heart as calm as still water. Tang Yuxian's was more mature. Even the breeze on the sea was like the embrace of a plump woman, tightly wrapping Yang Kai. At this moment, Tang Yuxian's soul was standing not far in front of Yang Kai. All of a sudden, waves rolled up from the ocean below. The clear and boundless sky also changed for a while, becoming erratic and unsteady. Yang Kai was stunned. Tang Yuxian said embarrassedly, "This is the first time someone has broken into my knowledge sea. Subordinate is not used to it." The situation in her knowledge sea clearly reflected the changes in Tang Yuxian's heart, and now she was undoubtedly a little nervous. After all, she had revealed most of her secrets in front of Yang Kai, which was a bit embarrassing for any woman. As long as Yang Kai penetrated into her knowledge sea, he could even spy on all the bits and pieces of her life from childhood to adulthood, but Yang Kai would certainly not do so. Listening to her say so, Yang Kai just nodded and waited for her mood to calm down. Sure enough, after a while, the sea calmed down again. "Little Lord, watch carefully, I'll show you once," Tang Yuxian whispered softly, and Yang Kai suddenly felt his vision go dark. He couldn't see anything. The sea, the clear sky, the breeze, everything disappeared. There was nothing around him, as if he was in chaos. Knowing that Tang Yuxian was showing him the opening and formation of her knowledge sea, Yang Kai held his breath and paid close attention. After an unknown amount of time, there seemed to be one or two free energies born in this chaotic void, like the first life at the beginning of the world, full of vitality and energy fluctuations. These were Tang Yuxian's soul threads. These one or two energies wandered in this chaotic void, like a canoe tossing in the waves, like a candle flame in the wind and rain, or like snowflakes under the scorching sun. Subtle but fragile. But it also caused some strange changes. Nothingness and chaos were no longer the only theme of this world. In the darkness, one soul thread after another appeared, lighting up this seemingly indestructible dark space. At first, these soul threads were scattered, not forming a circle, and as they formed, some of them shattered and returned to nothingness. However, even more divine soul threads were left behind. Gradually, this world of nothingness and chaos became like a star field at night, full of stars, beautiful and magnificent. With the passage of time, these divine soul threads gathered together. The subtle energy twisted into one, and there seemed to be the sound of flowing water. In that world of nothingness, a small stream appeared. The stream flowed, stretching into the distance. More and more magnificent, bigger and bigger, the stream became a river, the river became the sea, and the sea radiated in all directions with no end in sight. It was like the beginning of the world, without a trace of chaos. The darkness was dispelled, and Yang Kai's eyes were filled with light. A gentle breeze blew, and the blue water below connected to the sky. Tang Yuxian still stood quietly not far in front of him, gently exhaling, a trace of fatigue appearing on her soul. The demonstration just now must have consumed a lot of her energy. "Little Lord, do you understand?" Yang Kai nodded gently, not answering, but instead immersed himself in the concept of slowly growing from nothingness to existence. Opening one's knowledge sea was equivalent to opening up a new world. It was just that this world belonged to only one person. It had to be said that Tang Yuxian's demonstration this time had given Yang Kai a big harvest. In the future, he already had a lot of ideas on how to open up his own knowledge sea and how to break through to the immortal ascension boundary. Now, all he was missing was maturity and cultivation. Yang Kai believed that as long as he had enough strength to break through to the immortal ascension boundary, he would be able to open up his knowledge sea in the shortest time possible. Actually, if Little Lord wants to cultivate his spiritual energy, this subordinate has a suggestion. Yang Kai looked at her with some surprise. Little Lord can find a soul partner, and 2 people can dual cultivate. Tang Yuxian's face was a little red. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. "Isn't that soul sex?" Tang Yuxian suddenly felt embarrassed, faintly feeling like she was encouraging the Little Lord to do something bad. "I heard that once you try this kind of thing, it's easy to get lost in it." Yang Kai smiled strangely. Soul sex, when 2 people's souls intertwined, they could feel pleasure thousands of times greater than the physical union. This was a resonance between their souls. Although there was a lot to be enjoyed, the fusion of their souls could easily mix up their memories, which could cause their personalities to change drastically to the point where they wouldn't even know who they were. Others may get lost, but Little Lord's heart is firm, there shouldn't be a problem. Tang Yuxian paused for a moment before saying, "There's absolutely no problem." "Are you sure?" Yang Kai smiled and nodded, "I'll consider it." He did have a candidate, but he didn't know where Yiren was right now. He and Su Yen had only reached the 2nd stage of the yin-yang joyous unification art, so as long as they reached the 3rd stage, they would definitely be able to create a resonance between their souls. Dual cultivating to enhance each other's spiritual energy wasn't a bad idea. Many thanks for this time. Yang Kai sincerely thanked her. Little lord is too polite. This is a subordinate's duty. Tang Yuxian smiled. Yang Kai gently nodded and was about to withdraw from Tang Yuxian's knowledge when suddenly his expression changed, and he couldn't help but frown. What's wrong? Tang Yuxian asked in amazement. There's movement. Yang Kai's expression sank and in the next moment disappeared. Tang Yuxian was stunned for a moment before quickly withdrawing from her knowledge sea. Just as she opened her eyes, she saw Yang Kai hurriedly get up and walk out. At the same time, a creepy laugh rang out from the mansion. Since you've come, why hide yourself? Show yourself. Immediately, an earth-shattering energy fluctuation spread out from the mansion, causing the ground to shake. From the corner of her eyes, Tang Yuxian even saw a red light rise up from a certain position in the mansion. Tang Yuxian's expression changed, not knowing what was happening. Chapter 498. Back in Yang Kai's mansion, accompanied by the strange laughter and shouts of the old demon, everyone was alerted. When Yang Kai arrived at the scene, he found that not far from the pill room, the mansion's cultivator had gathered in 3 layers. These cultivators' yuan qi was fluctuating, their faces filled with vigilance and fear as they stared towards the center. Seeing Yang Kai arrive, all of them opened a path for him and respectfully greeted him. Yang Kai nodded lightly and calmly walked inside. In the innermost layer, Qiu Yimeng and the others gathered around the old demon, all of them staring at the scene in front of them with curiosity and amazement. Young master, that person is here. The old demon's expression was a little excited as he spoke to Yang Kai, pointing his finger forward. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he saw several red lights rise from the ground about 5 meters in front of him, like burning iron pillars, forming a circle. Inside this circle, a vague figure was rampaging about, but was unable to escape the shackles of these red lights. The group of people watching this scene were amazed, even Qiu Yimeng and the others were extremely surprised. Because this figure wrapped in red light was almost transparent, if one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it at all. As this figure moved, it was like a clear stream of water flowing through the air, distorting the scene in front of them. Until now, no one had been able to see the true appearance of this figure. This kind of method was completely beyond the scope of everyone's knowledge and understanding. Ingjiu was also a master of concealment and assassination. He could also make his figure fade into the air, but that was using a special technique and yuan qi to make others ignore his existence. But this mysterious person in front of him was not like that. She was clearly there, but no one could see her. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he realized that he had underestimated the methods of this mysterious master. This mysterious expert. She had appeared in front of Yang Kai twice, but each time she was able to escape unscathed. Last time at Pijing Lake, Yang Kai had cut off a strand of her hair and given it to the old demon so that the old demon could find a way to find her. Only today did the old demon sense the aura of this mysterious expert. He immediately used the great divine technique to trap her. Even if he was trapped, she didn't seem to be worried at all. She just casually walked back and forth in the small area surrounded by the red light. Vaguely, she seemed to be observing the people around her. It's a woman? Qiu Yimeng was extremely surprised. Just a moment ago, she had clearly seen the 2 large peaks on this vague figure's chest. Although it was only a fleeting glimpse, it allowed Qiu Yimeng to determine her gender. Miss, reveal your true appearance. Yang Kai's expression was cold. He instructed calmly. The other party was non-committal. He did not answer, nor did he show himself. Just standing there quietly, Yang Kai felt a pair of eyes staring at him. I just have some questions I want to ask. Please cooperate with me. Yang Kai frowned. Still no answer. Yang Kai's expression gradually became impatient. He didn't know what this person wanted to do by sneaking into the pill room again and again, nor did he know who had recruited her. However, if such a person was left alone, it would only make everyone in the house feel uneasy. Moreover, her current attitude of refusing to cooperate made Yang Kai feel that it was useless to say anything more. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to think about it. Yang Kai's expression became cold as he waited quietly. Soon, 10 breaths passed. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, stared at the figure, and said lightly, "Do it. If she dares to resist, it doesn't matter if you kill her." The old demon let out a strange laugh and stepped forward. The figure bound by the red light didn't seem to have expected Yang Kai to be so cruel and merciless. The figure once again solidified, but soon faded from everyone's sight. "Gather!" The old demon shouted, and the red light surrounding the figure suddenly moved closer to the center, bringing with it an extremely strange aura. You think you can catch me with just the few of you?" Just as the red light was about to bind the woman, she suddenly opened her mouth and spoke. When this voice entered everyone's ears, everyone's expression froze. It wasn't that this voice was very pleasant to hear, or that it was unpleasant to hear, but because it gave people a kind of tender feeling. A person, as they grew older, not only would their figure and appearance change slightly, but their voice would also change. The voice of an older person was different from that of a younger person. This mysterious master's voice was very tender and crisp, so just listening to her voice, everyone couldn't help thinking she was a young girl in her 20s. But soon, everyone secretly shook their heads. It was impossible for a young girl in her 20s to have such exquisite cultivation and profound strength. Qiu Yimeng was 22 or 23 years old but was only an immortal ascension boundary first-stage cultivator. Lu Qingyao was even older. This woman's aptitude couldn't possibly be better than Qiu Yimeng and Lu Qingyao's, right? Perhaps she was born with a tender voice, everyone guessed. As soon as the mysterious woman's voice fell, the old demon's expression suddenly became cold, and without hesitation he quickly pulled out something from his sleeve. At the same time, accompanied by a triumphant chuckle, the figure bound by the red light suddenly burst apart. Suddenly, Kai Yang took a step forward and sent out a giant hand seal to grab the other side. He had seen this scene twice already, and each time, this mysterious master had escaped in this way. As the hand seal reached out, it only managed to grab a wisp of mist before the mysterious woman suddenly disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone present couldn't help feeling shocked. Not only were there many young cultivators gathered here, but there were also many immortal ascension boundary masters and several masters from the Yang family blood warrior hall, but no one had seen how she had escaped. The old demon, on the other hand, was excited, holding the thing he had just taken out and pouring his yuan qi into it. As the yuan qi poured into it, the strange-looking thing suddenly lit up. "Bind!" The old demon shouted, the thing in his hand turning into a stream of light and disappearing in front of everyone's eyes, flying off towards a certain direction in War City at an incredible speed. Jie, this old master knew she would do that. The old demon smiled smugly as he watched the stream of light disappear. "Are you sure?" Yang Kai asked, glancing over at the thing the old demon had just taken out. It was made from the light blue hair he had given him last time. "This old master will take action, Young master, you just need to wait," the old demon said confidently. Yang Kai nodded gently while the several blood warriors all stared at the old demon strangely. None of them were short-sighted people, but the method the old demon had just used was something none of them had ever heard of, so they couldn't help becoming interested in the old demon's background. War City, windswept in. Inside one of the rooms, a young girl slowly opened her beautiful eyes and pouted, "How infuriating, he's actually been waiting for me all this time, so shameless. I didn't want to do anything bad, I just wanted to find someone, how infuriating." She had met this man 3 times who seemed to be younger than her, and the first 2 times he had seen through her concealment, causing the young girl to feel somewhat unconvinced. How could there be such a powerful young man in this barbarian land? It was just that his strength was too low. If he hadn't been born here and had instead been born in the place she had left, surely he would have achieved great things in the future, right? However, since he was born here, his future achievements would be limited. Thinking so, the young girl's mood suddenly became cheerful, as if she was gloating over Yang Kai's humble background. Xiao. The sound of something breaking through the air reached the young girl's ears, causing her skin to tighten as she immediately felt a sense of danger, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Before she could figure out what was going on, a stream of light flew in through the window. That stream of light struck the girl's body with lightning speed. Ouch! The young girl was caught off guard and fell to the ground, but by the time she got up, the stream of light had disappeared again. There was no trace of injury on her body, but after carefully inspecting herself, she felt like she was missing something. What am I missing? The young girl examined herself several times but couldn't find anything, shaking her head in confusion as she tapped her red lips. In Yang Kai's mansion, everyone had already dispersed under Yang Kai's orders. Only the old demon remained. The master and servant were waiting quietly. After a long while, a stream of light flashed past their eyes. The old demon reached out and caught it. After examining it a little, he said with joy, "Young master, it's done." As he spoke, he handed over the thing he had caught. Yang Kai picked it up and looked at it carefully in his hand. He couldn't help but laugh. He had just casually glanced at it and didn't pay attention to what the old demon had made with the woman's hair. But now it seemed that it was actually a small person. The old demon actually had this kind of craftsmanship. The small person made of hair naturally had blurry facial features, but all 4 limbs were intact. It was just a rough model. At this moment, this small person was emitting a faint light, as if there was obscure energy surging within it. "Young master, this is the soul-capturing spell that this old servant made. This small person is already connected to the woman's spirit. If you do something to this small person, the woman will feel it even if she is thousands of times weaker. What if I twist its neck?" Yang Kai glanced at the old demon. "Then the woman will be dead." The old demon laughed. "It can be said that the woman is now completely under your control, young master." "Not bad." A smile appeared on Yang Kai's face, clearly very satisfied. The old demon laughed dryly. "This seems to be a spell that this old servant researched in order to control my subordinates. That day, I had a flash of inspiration and suddenly remembered. So, you didn't have a good life in the past. If you want to use this method to control your subordinates, who would be willing to be loyal to you?" Yes, this old servant was forced to do it. Yang Kai shook his head and didn't ask any more. He just stretched out his hand, bent his middle finger, aimed at the small person's forehead, and gently flicked it. Chapter 499. Night, Yang Kai's mansion. Torches were burning everywhere, illuminating the entire mansion. The moon was bright and there were few stars in the sky, making the night in War City extremely quiet. "She's here." Kai Yang, who was in the middle of meditating, suddenly opened his eyes. In the darkness, they shined brightly, and a playful smile appeared on his face. The old demon, who was standing guard beside him, also let out a strange laugh, making this quiet night seem extremely gloomy. "Since you've come, why not show yourself?" Yang Kai shouted. The door suddenly opened and Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he stared forward. Under the moonlight, an almost transparent figure stood at the door, as clear as day, like flowing water. This person stepped into the room and stood about 10 meters away from Yang Kai. The old demon secretly circulated his strength while Ingjio, who was hidden in the darkness, also focused all his attention on this mysterious master, not daring to relax in the slightest. Timid as a mouse. From where the almost transparent figure stood, a voice filled with disdain rang out. It was still the same crisp and sweet voice of a young woman. Obviously, she was disdaining Yang Kai for having 2 powerful masters guarding him when they first met. "Show your true face." Yang Kai didn't care and ordered lightly. "A scoundrel like you isn't qualified to see this young lady." The person in front of him snorted, pausing for a moment before continuing, "Unless you tell the 2 people beside you to withdraw." Yang Kai smiled playfully as he played with the little figure made of light blue hair in his hand, not saying anything. He could clearly feel that the woman's gaze had already locked onto the little person. That pair of beautiful eyes seemed to be filled with fear and bitterness, as if she couldn't wait to snatch this little person and destroy it in her hands. After a long time, Yang Kai waved his hand. "Young master." The old demon's expression changed slightly as he called out in a low voice. "It's fine." Yang Kai shook his head. The old demon frowned. Nodding, he said, "Then old servant and Ingjio will wait outside the door. If you have any instructions, just shout." Saying so, he stepped outside. As he passed by the mysterious woman, the old demon suddenly laughed strangely. "Don't provoke my young master, otherwise you won't have a good life in the future." The mysterious woman sneered. After old demon and Ingjio left, the mysterious woman relaxed. Now that there were two masters in the room, she was finally able to relax. She was also a little nervous. Yang Kai saw this subtle change in her expression. "You don't seem to be very strong." Being afraid of Ingjio and old demon, she was obviously not a top master. "Not only young master," the woman coldly snorted, not showing any weakness. Kai Yang couldn't help but wrinkle his brow. This woman actually dared to argue with him. Her heart was obviously not mature enough. How old was she? Young. Yang Kai's. "Now, as you wish, my two subordinates have gone out. Show your true face." "Hee hee." The woman giggled softly. Her almost transparent body was also visible, her graceful bearing becoming more and more graceful. She restrained her laughter. "Do you really want to see me that much?" Yang Kai slowly got up and walked towards her step by step. The mysterious woman's aura suddenly stagnated, as if she had not expected that Yang Kai would be so bold, daring to approach her without any attendants. Even as he approached, the woman who should have been fearless couldn't help feeling a sense of crisis. Slowly shaking her head, the woman dispelled the uneasiness in her heart, her aura suddenly becoming dangerous as she coldly said, "I'll give you one chance, hand over that thing in your hand to me. And if I say no, those who provoke this young lady never have a good end." The woman coldly shouted, her tender body suddenly bursting into a mist that instantly filled the entire room. Inside this mist, a strange energy began to swirl around, wrapping around Yang Kai from all directions. Feeling the movement inside the room, Ingjio, who was standing at the door, wanted to rush in to help, but was stopped by the old demon. The old demon slowly shook his head and calmly said, "Young master will be fine. If something happens, you die." Ingjio said coldly. The old demon grinned strangely. "In terms of loyalty, this old master is no worse than you. Don't worry, that woman is out of luck. Daring to provoke young master, she definitely won't have a good end." As soon as his words fell, a mournful scream rang out from inside the room. It was the woman's voice, and listening to it, she seemed to be suffering some kind of inhumane torture. Mixed in with Yang Kai's wretched grin was Yang Kai's. Ingjio's expression couldn't help becoming strange as his mind couldn't help imagining a scene of a strong bully abusing a delicate girl who was powerless to resist. For a long time his blood boiled. Inside the room, Yang Kai stood in place, holding the little figure in his hand, flicking his fingers lightly. Each time the woman's screams became louder and louder. A moment later, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The mist was so thick that he couldn't see her face clearly. However, under the torment of pain, this woman was curled up on the ground like a quail in winter. Her delicate body was shivering, and her light blue hair was scattered on the ground like a waterfall. She looked so delicate and helpless and pitiful. Yang Kai remained indifferent. Releasing his burning hot true Yang Yuan Qi, he instantly evaporated all the water vapor in the room. Calmly walking in front of the woman, he stared down at her condescendingly. Looking at the light blue hair that was as clear as a lake, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little surprised. This was the first time he had seen such hair, soft, elegant, and beautiful. Anyone who saw it for the first time would fall in love with it. The mysterious woman's figure was also relatively petite. Her long hair even covered half of her buttocks. Her legs were bent, and her hands were covering her forehead. She was lying on the ground, motionless. Only the sound of her heavy breathing could be heard. Through the gaps between her fingers and her hair, Yang Kai saw a pair of bright eyes filled with hatred staring back at him. Moreover, although this woman looked miserable and pitiful, in fact, she had put up a perfect defensive counterattack posture. As long as Yang Kai took one more step forward, she would be able to launch a thunderous strike. Smiling lightly, Yang Kai stopped in his tracks. The beautiful eyes under her fingers suddenly became disappointed. "Get up." Yang Kai raised his head slightly and stared at her faintly. The woman slowly shook her head, her attitude firm. "Don't act like I'm raping you, I'm not interested in old women." Yang Kai snorted. "Who's an old woman?" Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, the woman immediately jumped up from the ground and glared at Yang Kai. Gritting her teeth, her full breasts heaved up and down, and her black hair fluttered left and right, covering her round buttocks. After she finished speaking and saw Yang Kai's proud smile, the woman realized that she had been tricked. She immediately puffed up her cheeks and showed a dissatisfied expression. Yang Kai's eyes became strange as he stared straight at the woman in front of him, his face full of suspicion. He found that this woman's face was like her voice, very young and tender. The flowing time great emperor didn't seem to have left too many scars on her face. No matter how good a woman was at maintaining her appearance, it was impossible for her to deceive the passage of time, unless she had taken some special heavenly treasures. For example, Dong Suju and Tang Yuxian, although both of them looked young, and many people even mistook Dong Suju for Fourth Master Yang's daughter, if one looked carefully, they would still be able to tell that they weren't young girls. But the woman in front of him was different. Yang Kai felt that if she hadn't taken some kind of precious treasure, then she really would be a young woman in her 20s. As for her cultivation, Yang Kai swept her with his divine sense and couldn't help feeling shocked. Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage. This was the first time Yang Kai had clearly judged her cultivation. The last few times he had met her, his divine sense had been unable to detect her cultivation. Even Meng Wuya couldn't do anything about it. She seemed to have some kind of mysterious power that blocked his divine sense. "What do you want to do?" Being stared at by Yang Kai's aggressive eyes, the woman's beautiful face changed slightly and she couldn't help shrinking back. "I'd like to ask you, what do you want to do?" Yang Kai stared at her. "What do I want to do? Why do you want to torture me like this?" The woman suddenly became aggrieved, her pair of beautiful watery eyes filling with a layer of mist. From childhood to now, she had never suffered such bitterness. This man was holding a doll made of her hair in his hand, and with this doll, he seemed to be able to control her life and death. "I just came here to find someone, I haven't done anything bad, why are you treating me like this?" The woman said, her expression becoming agitated. "Find someone? Find who?" Yang Kai frowned. "I'm not telling you." "How old are you?" Yang Kai suddenly felt a headache coming on. Judging from the strength this woman showed, it was absolutely impossible for her to be as young as she looked, but from her tone and demeanor, she really did seem to be a young girl. In this world, was there a young girl with such profound strength? Even Su Yen, at this moment, was probably only an Immortal Ascension Boundary 2nd or 3rd stage cultivator. "I'm not telling you, a woman's age is her biggest secret." The woman pursed her red lips, seemingly feeling that Yang Kai wasn't as vicious as she had imagined, her expression relaxing. "Old demon!" Yang Kai suddenly shouted. The old demon responded, "Old servant is here. Take this woman's Yuan Qi and tie her up outside the house." "Yes." The old demon responded quickly, without the slightest hesitation. The woman's face suddenly went pale as she stared at Yang Kai in disbelief, never having expected this man to be so vicious and shameless. The scene of her being stripped naked and tied up outside the house appeared in her mind. The woman couldn't help shivering from the bottom of her heart. Seeing the old demon grin and reach out to grab her, the woman's figure immediately disappeared, even concealing her aura. "Do you think you can escape?" Yang Kai sneered and flicked the doll again. Accompanied by a scream, the woman who had just disappeared appeared at the door again. She fell to the ground and lay there motionless. It was a tragic scene. Chapter 500. Inside the room, Yang Kai sat calmly in his chair. Ing Jiao and the old demon also returned to the room and stood behind him while the mysterious woman stood about 15 meters in front of Yang Kai. After suffering a few losses, she had become quite obedient. She knew that as long as that little figure made of hair was in Yang Kai's hand, she wouldn't be able to escape his grasp no matter what. Her two jade-like hands intertwined with each other, showing the nervousness in her heart. Lowering her head slightly, she seemed to be docile and submissive, but the pair of beautiful eyes hidden under her bangs were constantly observing Kai Yang's movements, waiting for the moment he would reveal a flaw. From time to time, her red lips would squirm a few times, as if she was cursing him. "Your existence makes me very wary," Yang Kai said frankly. "You seem to have some special abilities. For someone like you, if you can't be used by me, I will immediately destroy you." "Really?" The woman raised her head and glanced at Yang Kai somewhat timidly, only to find that his expression was extremely serious. Obviously, he wasn't trying to scare her, causing her heart to tremble slightly. This was the first time she had seen such a ruthless man, one who didn't seem to mind being ruthless at all. Yang Kai nodded lightly. "So, whatever I ask, you answer. If there is anything that displeases me, you understand." The woman rubbed her red forehead and nodded gently. Under such absolute strength, she didn't dare to resist. "What's your name?" "Shui Ling." The woman pursed her lips and replied somewhat reluctantly. "Shui Ling?" Yang Kai frowned. This was a name that was very much in line with the abilities she displayed, but in Yang Kai's memory, there was no such person. Even the surname was quite strange. "Where are you from?" "Water Spirit Temple." Yang Kai's brow furrowed even more as he tried to think of the names of the forces he knew, but none of them had anything to do with Water Spirit Temple. It was even the first time he had heard of the name of this faction. The old demon, who was standing behind him, suddenly had a strange look on his face when he heard the words Water God Temple. There was a thoughtful look in his eyes, and there was also a trace of suspicion, as if some chaotic memories in his mind had been triggered. A moment later, he slowly shook his head. Due to his severe memory loss, the words Water Spirit Temple sounded familiar to him, but when he tried to think about it, he couldn't remember anything. "There's no need to think about it. You don't know anything about Water Spirit Temple?" Shui Ling saw that Yang Kai was deep in thought and chuckled lightly, a hint of contempt in her voice. He seemed to be mocking Yang Kai for being an ignorant country bumpkin. "But I know that you didn't just randomly fabricate a faction to fool me." Yang Kai coldly snorted at the other party's arrogant gaze. This made him a little uncomfortable. Although she was clearly a prisoner, Shui Ling didn't feel the slightest bit of nervousness, just like a junior from a super force being captured by a second or third-class force. It was as if she had nothing to fear. "You're just a frog at the bottom of a well." Shui Ling slowly shook her head, her light blue hair swaying gracefully in the wind. "Water Spirit Temple, it is indeed a faction. You don't need to pursue this matter. The time has come. I'll tell you." Just as Yang Kai was feeling a little impatient, Meng Wuya's voice reached his ears. "I understand." Yang Kai didn't ask any more questions, thinking that this Water Spirit Temple was just a secluded force. But since this little girl is from Water Spirit Temple, you have to be careful when dealing with her, otherwise it is very likely that she will bring a devastating disaster to your Yang family. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. The Yang family was already the strongest force in the central capital, and even in the entire world, it was second to none. But listening to Meng Wuya's words, it seemed that this Water Spirit Temple's strength was even greater than the Yang family's. How was this possible? How could a secluded force have such great ability? His expression changing slightly, Yang Kai continued to ask, "Age?" Shui Ling curled her lips, biting her lower lip lightly as she whispered, "Can I not say this?" Yang Kai firmly shook his head. 19 years old. Shui Ling's face was filled with displeasure. For a woman, age was a taboo, especially when being questioned by a man. Yang Kai took a deep breath, suddenly feeling as if he was in a dream. He could judge that Shui Ling's answer just now was the truth. In other words, she was really only 19 years old. Moreover, this was in line with her temperament and tone of voice. However, a 19-year-old Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage cultivator was simply unbelievable. Such aptitude and talent had already surpassed all the young talents Yang Kai knew of. In front of her, Lu Qing Yao and the others didn't even have the qualifications to carry her shoes. In an instant, Yang Kai's evaluation of Water Spirit Temple rose to a new height. This secluded force was able to cultivate a genius like Shui Ling, saying that it was superior to the Yang family was not nonsense. Although his heart was filled with shock, he didn't show it on his face, still remaining indifferent. Perceiving this, Shui Ling actually felt a little disappointed. She had been expecting to see Yang Kai's shocked and depressed expression. "How old are you then?" Shui Ling asked curiously. "Almost 18, Yang Kai replied, his attitude still quite amiable. "Really?" Shui Ling was surprised. "Your way of doing things doesn't seem to be the same." After a pause, she continued, "But your aptitude is quite sloppy." Her evaluation was quite natural, without the slightest awareness of her status as a prisoner. Her expression was quite natural, as if she felt she was qualified to make such an evaluation. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth rose as he chuckled lightly. "Your water spirit temple must have many young people like me who possess great strength, right?" Shui Ling sneered. "Let's put it this way. If you were to enter our water spirit temple among the younger generation, your aptitude would probably rank in the top 100. What about you?" Yang Kai showed a look of interest. Shui Ling suddenly smiled proudly, raising 3 white fingers. "Top 3. Yang Kai nodded slightly. "If I have time, I will definitely pay a visit to your water spirit temple and exchange pointers with some of your younger generation's masters." Shui Ling smiled contemptuously. "You think you can do that? I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications. When I say you're good, I mean you're good here, but where we are, you're not good enough." "What do you mean by here and there?" Yang Kai frowned. "Umph." Shui Ling raised her head proudly, disdainfully glaring at Yang Kai. "I know you're trying to trick me, so what? But that's the truth, don't you feel quite shocked?" Yang Kai stared back at her with a smile, his eyes seemingly burning with fighting spirit, calmly saying, "I will definitely go to Water Spirit Temple." Shui Ling's arrogance gradually converged as she stared at Yang Kai like she was looking at a fool. She really couldn't understand why this man could still be so excited after hearing those words. What kind of person is he? "I still have a few questions." Yang Kai didn't pursue the previous topic. This woman was still young, so it was pointless to argue with her. "After I finish asking, can I leave?" Shui Ling's eyes narrowed slightly. "Do as you wish." Yang Kai smiled. "Then hurry up and ask." Shui Ling's expression became excited, her eyes filled with expectation, as if she couldn't wait to sprout wings and fly out of here. "You said you came here to find someone? Who are you looking for?" Yang Kai's expression became serious as he asked. "I don't know." Shui Ling shook her head. "She's wearing a veil, so I don't know what she looks like. Why are you looking for her?" Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. Shui Ling suddenly felt as if she was being stared at by a poisonous snake, as if she said the wrong thing, she would be mercilessly killed. Shui Ling's heart couldn't help trembling as she stared at Yang Kai in amazement, not understanding why his aura had suddenly changed. After a moment of silence, she cautiously replied, "Her physique is very strange and her aptitude is even better than yours. I want to pull her into my water spirit temple." Yang Kai suddenly stood up, his yuan qi fluctuating. Shui Ling was startled and quickly retreated a few steps, assuming a defensive posture as she asked in a trembling voice, "What are you doing? How do you know her physique is strange?" Yang Kai approached Shui Ling step by step, his tyrannical spiritual energy enveloping the space around her. The person Shui Ling was looking for was undoubtedly Xia Ning Chang. This explained why she had snuck into the pill room. However, she was able to see through Xia Ning Chang's special physique, which made Yang Kai feel slightly uneasy. Xia Ning Chang's physique was indeed not ordinary. It was the sacred spirit medicine body, a physique that was born for alchemy, a physique that could allow one to reach the peak of alchemy. Meng Wuya had always been protecting Xia Ning Chang, not letting her be coveted by others. However, if the news of Xia Ning Chang having the sacred spirit medicine body were to spread out, even Meng Wuya would not be able to protect his little senior sister. At that time, no matter whose hands his little senior sister fell into, Yang Kai wouldn't want to see the result. Yang Kai had no choice but to take precautions. If there was no other way, he didn't mind killing her here to silence her. "I just know." Shui Ling screamed, seeing the murderous intent in Yang Kai's eyes, her heart filled with fear as she retreated again and again. How do you know? Yang Kai continued to interrogate her, not giving her any time to breathe. How am I supposed to know? When she entered the city that day, I saw her and immediately knew, it may be related to my special physique. Yang Kai's footsteps came to a stop less than half a foot away from Shui Ling, staring at her from top to bottom. Shui Ling couldn't help feeling a chill run down her spine, as if under this gaze, she had been stripped naked and presented in front of this young man. You also have a special physique? Yang Kai was surprised. Shui Ling nodded gently as she gasped for breath, her full breasts heaving up and down. She suddenly discovered that this young man who was even younger than her gave off a strong sense of oppression, so strong that even an elite from Water Spirit Temple like her couldn't withstand it. At such a close distance, she could easily launch an attack with her strength that surpassed his by nearly an entire great realm, but Shui Ling didn't dare. She had a feeling that even without that little person restraining her, this young man was not someone she could kill. Chapter 501. Restless thoughts flashed through Shui Ling's mind several times, but she still couldn't condense her yuan qi. What kind of special constitution do you have? Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her. Listening to her words, Yang Kai immediately realized that this woman in front of him also had a special constitution. A special constitution, Yang Kai had only ever seen his little senior sister. This kind of special constitution was a blessing from the heavens and was extremely rare. Moreover, each special constitution played a different role, so it was rare for two people with the same special constitution to appear. His little senior sister's special constitution was particularly suited for alchemy, so now that another person with a special constitution had appeared in front of him, Yang Kai was naturally very interested and wanted to know some details. Shui Ling looked at Yang Kai vigilantly, somewhat unwilling to answer. Just as Xia Ningchang's sacred spirit medicine body was strictly kept a secret, Shui Ling's special constitution was also something she wanted to hide. But now that she was under someone else's roof, she had no choice but to lower her head. After hesitating for a long time, Shui Ling finally said, "Water spirit body." Yang Kai nodded slightly, knowing that this woman wasn't lying to him. From the way this woman had acted so many times, her special constitution should be related to water. Moreover, her name should also be derived from this. Is there anything special about it? Yang Kai asked in a pleasant tone. I can transform my body into a flowing stream of water. Shui Ling said, activating her yuan qi to demonstrate. Yang Kai didn't show any signs of guarding against her. Under the watchful gazes of the several pairs of eyes in the room, this petite woman with long light blue hair really became as transparent as water, leaving behind only a humanoid outline. Gradually, she even transformed into a round ball of water. Even Ingjiu, who had always been calm and collected, couldn't help gaping, his face filled with disbelief. That's more than that, right? Yang Kai smiled and reached out to touch the ball of water in front of him. The ball of water suddenly burst, scattering a mist. Shui Ling's body suddenly appeared not far from Yang Kai's side, her face flushed red as she crossed her arms. Clutching his chest, he gritted his teeth and glared at them. He seemed to be trembling with anger. Yang Kai was stunned. Twisting his fingers, he raised his eyebrows and said, "Touched where you shouldn't have touched? What do you think?" Shui Ling gasped for breath, grinding her teeth so hard they creaked. "I didn't do it on purpose, and I didn't feel anything." Yang Kai's expression remained calm. Just now, he had only felt as if he had touched a stream of water, not a human body, but for Shui Ling, he was certain this wasn't the case, otherwise she wouldn't have been so indignant and angry. "I'll remember you," Shui Ling said, her eyes filled with hatred. "There are many people who remember me." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. He didn't care. But those people didn't end well. "I'm very curious about the abilities of your water spirit body." Seeing his indifferent expression, she casually brushed aside the matter of the molestation just now. Shui Ling couldn't help feeling a sense of powerlessness. She had never seen such a shameless man before. It was as if he had spent all of his cultivation training on his face. I'm not in the mood to talk about it. Shui Ling coldly snorted. If you want to kill me, do as you see fit. Yang Kai scratched his forehead, knowing that his unintentional actions just now had truly angered this woman, so he didn't force her any further. He was afraid of this mysterious woman only because he didn't know her intentions before. He also didn't know her background. Now that he knew, he didn't care much. As long as she wasn't a subordinate of one of his brothers, as long as she wasn't trying to harm Xia Ningchang, Yang Kai wouldn't care about her. Is there anything else you want to ask? If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. Yang Kai shook his head. Shui Ling's expression froze for a moment, not having expected him to be so easy to deal with, immediately stretching out her hand and saying, "Give me back my hair." That's impossible. Yang Kai chuckled. You can go, I won't stop you, but this thing must remain in my hands because I don't know if what you said just now is true or false. I also don't know if you'll come here to stir up trouble in the future. How can you be like this? Shui Ling was depressed. With that thing in your hands, I won't be able to escape from your control for the rest of my life, yet you still dare to say you'll let me go? Where can I go? Do what you want, as long as you don't come to my house to make trouble. The world is big, you can go wherever you want. After a pause, Yang Kai chuckled. Of course, if you're willing to work for me, I'll welcome you. Work for you? Shui Ling sneered. Do you think you have the qualifications? If you don't want to, we can cooperate. As long as you're willing to stay, anything can be discussed. Yang Kai continued to persuade her. Only a ghost would want to stay. Shui Ling coldly snorted, turned around, and walked away, secretly raising her yuan qi to guard against Yang Kai's blatant lies. But even after she left Yang Kai's house, she didn't hear any movement behind her. Obviously the other party didn't want to embarrass her. Looking back, Shui Ling couldn't help stomping her foot in anger. This time she had really suffered a big loss. Not only had she not been able to escape from that person's control, even her pure and innocent body had been touched by him, but the person herself had said she didn't feel anything. How infuriating! Also, who was the one who made that little doll? Why was it able to connect my essence to it? That damn bastard. Sooner or later I'll make him pay. Shui Ling swore to herself. Inside the mansion, Yang Kai stood up and put down the psychological burden he had been worrying about for the past few days. Young master, why didn't you let that woman stay? If she could display her abilities properly, it would have been of great benefit to you. The old demon asked, somewhat puzzled. A forcibly picked melon isn't sweet. Yang Kai shook his head, tossing the little doll in his hand. By relying on this, I do have the ability to forcibly keep her here, but what about after that? If she were to deliberately retaliate and cause trouble in the house, who would be able to suppress her? If we really fought, she definitely wouldn't be old servant's opponent. Even the several blood warriors in the house would be able to defeat her, but her physique is truly a headache. The old demon nodded. The water spirit body was indeed very strange. If it weren't for the strand of hair Yang Kai had cut off at Pajing Lake that day, the old demon wouldn't have been able to do anything to Shui Ling. What's more, as long as I have this, she won't be too far away from me. When I want to use her in the future, what need do I have to worry about her not yielding? Yang Kai smiled. Young master is wise. The old demon felt a chill run down his spine as he couldn't help worrying about Shui Ling. That little girl probably believed Yang Kai's words and thought that from now on, she and Yang Kai wouldn't interfere with each other's business. Little did she know that Yang Kai only saw her as a hired thug. 19 years old, Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage. Yang Kai murmured, taking a deep breath as a look of yearning flashed across his eyes. What kind of great force was this water spirit temple? It was actually able to cultivate such a genius. And Shui Ling had also said that she was only ranked 3rd in Water Spirit Temple. This meant that there were at least 2 other existences in Water Spirit Temple who were on the same level as Shui Ling, perhaps even stronger. Such a great force actually exists in this world. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling an urge to see for himself. Treasurer Meng. After pondering for a long time, Yang Kai suddenly called out. Meng Wuya's voice immediately reached his ear. Don't ask anything. When the time comes, this old master will naturally tell you. For now, you should focus on breaking through to the immortal ascension boundary. Yang Kai sighed. That night's confrontation with Xue Ling, besides Meng Wuya, the old demon, and Ingjiu, no one else in the house knew about it. Perhaps a few powerful blood warriors had investigated the situation, but without Yang Kai's orders, none of them dared to approach, so naturally they didn't know the details. That night, Yang Kai announced that he was going into retreat to prepare for his breakthrough to the immortal ascension boundary while Qiu Yimeng took over all the affairs of the house. The current situation in the inheritance war was complicated and confusing. Yang Kai only had 2 blood warriors at his disposal. Although he had a great advantage in terms of financial and material resources, Yang Kai's forces were far superior to Yang Kai's in terms of manpower. Acting rashly would only give the enemy an opportunity to take advantage of, so in the short term, Yang Kai didn't intend to fight with Yang Zhao, only ordering Qiu Yimeng to take some people to harass him. Although eldest brother Yang Wei's strength wasn't weak, in comparison, he was undoubtedly the weakest of the 3 remaining brothers and had long been excluded from the list of possible winners of the inheritance war. All eyes were now focused on Yang Kai and Yang Zhao. The next patriarch of the Yang family was bound to be one of these 2. However, for Yang Kai and Yang Zhao, neither of them was willing to attack Yang Wei, even if they already had the strength and heritage to do so. Firstly, attacking Yang Wei would definitely cost them a lot and weaken their own strength. Secondly, after defeating Yang Wei, the 2 blood warriors around Yang Wei would no longer be able to help in the inheritance war. Yang Wei's allies would definitely choose to join the other side to strengthen the enemy's strength. Perhaps this would be enough to reverse the situation of the inheritance war. It was precisely because of these constraints that although Yang Wei was the weakest, he was also the safest. It was even possible that Yang Zhao and Yang Kai would both suffer heavy losses while Yang Wei would be the fisherman who would reap the benefits. This wasn't something everyone could see clearly. Only those who had a strong sense of the overall situation would be able to see it clearly. Time flew by and soon 2 months had passed. The entire war city had been silent for 2 months after the last upheaval and the Great Reshuffle. Occasionally, the remaining 3 parties would have some small-scale conflicts, but they were all quite restrained so there weren't too many casualties. More often than not, the cultivators from these forces who participated in the inheritance war were working hard to cultivate and strengthen themselves. After more than 2 months of development, Yang Kai's forces had not changed much, but their overall strength had risen several levels. With mysterious grade pills being taken every day and artifact refiners from Treasure Instruments sect constantly refining artifacts, it would be ridiculous for their strength to remain stagnant. Every day, a large number of cultivator would break through their bottlenecks and break through to the next level. During this time, many of the leaders of the younger generation had broken through to the immortal ascension boundary. Chapter 502. Today, it was possibly, perhaps, the astral ascension boundary was a threshold for martial artists. Many people would not be able to break through in their lifetime. However, this bottleneck wasn't too difficult for the young leaders of the various forces. After breaking through to the immortal ascension boundary, how far they could go in the future would depend on their own efforts and opportunities. However, for most people, the peak immortal ascension boundary was their limit. Because of the appearance of these immortal ascension boundary masters, the number of pills produced in the pill room had also increased. Profound grade pills were used to cultivate one's soul, so the consumption of materials was also enormous. Fortunately, Yang Kai had accumulated a lot some time ago. The flags he had seized from Yang Kong and Yang Shin's houses had also been exchanged with the Bamboo Knot Gang for supplies, so the supply of materials wasn't a problem for the time being. In addition to the frequent breakthroughs of the younger cultivator, the older cultivator had also made significant breakthroughs. For example, Guan Chi Lu of Blood Battle Gang had been stuck at the Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd stage for 7 or 8 years. He had always thought that this was the limit of his cultivation and that he had reached his limit, But never had he imagined that after coming to Yang Kai's mansion and taking a mysterious grade pill to cultivate, in just half a month, the bottleneck that had plagued him for 7 or 8 years began to loosen, and after another half month, he successfully broke through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th stage. Since then, his cultivation had been slowly increasing, and now, his Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th stage cultivation had completely stabilized. When he broke through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th stage, Guan Qi Lu couldn't hold back his tears and had to be comforted by the Hu sisters. Not only Guan Qi Lu, but most of the Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from the various great forces were in their 40s or 50s or even 60s. At this age, it was very difficult for them to improve their strength any further. However, ever since the alchemists from Medicine King's Valley began to refine pills, all of them began to show signs of loosening their bottlenecks, and they began to feel their ability to absorb world energy much faster than before, giving them the illusion that they had been reborn. None of them knew why this was happening. Although the quality of the mysterious grade pill was high, it was impossible for it to change a person's cultivation aptitude. However, the pills produced by Yang Kai's mansion's pill room had such an effect. The younger generation and older cultivator had all made breakthroughs, but the most gratifying one was the Blood Warriors' breakthroughs. Although because of the family's interference, the 9 Blood Warriors could only use Ying Jiao and Tang Yuxian to participate in the inheritance war, Qiu Yimeng still didn't withhold their share in the supply of pills. Because the Qiu family's first young lady knew that these Blood Warriors were Yang Kai's future capital to establish himself in the Yang family, how could she neglect them? Today, most of the 9 Great Blood Warriors had broken through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage. First, Yang Kai, Yang, Tang Yu, and Xiao, and Xiao. Yang Yang's Yang, S Yang, Yang Yang, Yang Yang's Yang. All of the Blood Warriors were ecstatic and grateful. The hardships and difficulties of breaking through from the Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage to the 9th stage weren't something that could be explained in words. Given enough time, each of them had the capital and aptitude to break through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage. But that was a matter of 5 years, 10 years, or even longer. The rapid improvement of everyone's strength was a joy to all who saw it. In the end, everyone could only deceive themselves by saying that Yang Kai's mansion's feng shui was very good. In fact, everyone knew that this was all thanks to the mysterious grade pills. The mysterious grade pills produced by Yang Kai's mansion seemed to have some magical and mysterious effects that could fundamentally improve a person's aptitude. Everyone kept it a secret. Inside his room, Yang Kai's expression was calm as he played with a small sword in his hand. This was the artifact Dong Qinghan had obtained from Pijing Lake, a heaven-grade top-rank soul-type artifact. These past 2 months of retreat had greatly increased Yang Kai's strength. It was rare for him to have such a long period of time where he didn't care about anything else and only focused on cultivation. In his memory, the only time he had broken through to the Yuan Qi boundary in that isolated world was when he had entered retreat for several months. He was only 1 step away from the Immortal Ascension boundary. The cultivator in the mansion had a supply of mysterious grade pills, so how could Yang Kai, as the master of the mansion, not have any? On top of that, these pills were specially refined for him by his little senior sister, so their effects were much stronger than any other pill he had ever seen. His Yuan Qi had reached the standard of the Immortal Ascension boundary, and his soul had also become much stronger. After closing his eyes and concentrating, Yang Kai could even see the dazzling 5-colored soul-warming lotus. This Supreme Saint-grade pill had finally appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes again. During these 2 months, Yang Kai had done nothing but cultivate, and refine the remaining 2 artifacts. The mysterious grade mid-rank mirror had long since been completely refined by him. At this moment, the small sword in his hand was also ready to be used. However, he was just a little bit away from breaking through to the Immortal Ascension boundary. Yang Kai always felt that this small sword was not completely compatible with his soul. Perhaps it was because he still did not have a knowledge C. After all, this was a soul-type artifact, Although he could use it before reaching the immortal ascension boundary, he would not be able to fully display its functions. If he could fully integrate this small sword with his soul, Yang Kai believed that it would be time for him to break through. Thinking hard about it, Yang Kai was not in a hurry. He had been sitting like this for more than 10 days, observing the small sword in his hand with his divine sense, trying to integrate with it. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, waking Yang Kai from his contemplation. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Come in." The door opened and Qiu Yimeng walked in cautiously. Glancing at Yang Kai and seeing that he did not show any displeasure, she felt relieved. She knew that Yang Kai was in retreat trying to break through to the immortal ascension boundary and had not dared to disturb him for the past 2 months, but today she had no choice but to come, so naturally she was a bit nervous. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai looked up at her. After not seeing her for 2 months, the Qiu family's first young lady had become more and more radiant, causing Yang Kai's eyes to light up. Because of the difficulties in his cultivation, his mood had improved a lot. "There's a man named Pang Qi who wants to see you," Qiu Yimeng whispered. "Pang Qi?" Yang Kai frowned. "What is he doing here?" Pang Qi, the Bamboo Knot Gang sect leader, was one of the first forces Yang Kai had gathered in the central capital. Yang Kai had not allowed them to participate in the inheritance war because, firstly, the strength of these people was uneven, so even if they entered the battlefield, they would only be slaughtered. Secondly, they were responsible for collecting supplies for Yang Kai in the central capital, inquiring about various intelligence, and delivering messages. After the start of the inheritance war, every month or so, the Bamboo Knot Gang would secretly transport a batch of supplies to Yang Kai's mansion in War City. After so long, Pang Qi had done a good job. However, each time he would not show up. After all, he was Yang Kai's ally, so it was definitely not safe for him to show up in War City. This time, however, he had come in person. Obviously there was something he wanted to report. Qiu Yimeng frowned slightly and replied, "He didn't say what it was, he only told me to tell you 2 words. I found it." Found it? In an instant, Yang Kai understood why Pang Qi had taken the risk to come to War City. As soon as Qiu Yimeng finished speaking, she felt her body become light and the wind whistled past her ears. The scenery in her field of vision quickly disappeared, and when she recovered, she found that Yang Kai was holding her waist with one hand and running at full speed. "Where is he?" As they hurried, Yang Kai asked anxiously. "The side hall." Qiu Yimeng replied, her expression changing slightly. From the time she had met Yang Kai until now, she had rarely seen him lose his composure, but now, he was undoubtedly showing a look of nervousness and expectation, his pair of eyes flashing with infinite anxiety. For some reason, Qiu Yimeng's heart trembled and she subconsciously grabbed Yang Kai's clothes and clung to him. She couldn't even figure out why she was doing this. The Qiu family's first young lady had never been a timid little girl. She had always been a wise and intelligent woman. The 2 of them looked very intimate as they flew through the house, like a whirlwind blowing past Huixing and Dong Qinghan. The Hua family young lord didn't even have time to say anything before Yang Kai disappeared. A moment later, a gust of wind came from behind, rolling up a cloud of dust. Huixing waved his folding fan and frowned. "Who is young Lord Kai carrying and running so fast?" "It seems, it's young Lady Qiu." Dong Qinghan wiped the sweat from his forehead and couldn't believe his eyes. "No way?" Huixing couldn't help but stare. In broad daylight? Young Lord Kai couldn't have encountered a problem while cultivating. Why is he so anxious? Junior brother isn't that kind of person. Lan Chudai, who was next to Dong Qinghan, suddenly glared at Huixing. Huixing couldn't help smiling. "Beauty, I didn't say anything about him." Lan Chudai took a deep breath, her full breasts almost bursting out of her clothes as she turned around and left. After she left, Huixing slowly shook his head. "I'm afraid that girl won't be able to win young Lord Kai's favor. She and young Lord Kai are not the same kind of people." Dong Qinghan also smiled helplessly. Regarding Lan Chudi's thoughts, Dong Qinghan naturally understood, but falling flowers was not something he could interfere with. Especially now that there were so many beautiful women in the house, There were many who had a good impression of Yang Kai, but he had been in retreat for the past 2 months, like an ascetic monk with strict self-discipline, not leaving his room at all. If it were Huoxing instead, he would likely spend every night indulging in debauchery. From a certain point of view, Fatty Dong also quite admired this cousin of his. He believed that the only one who could match Yang Kai was probably Chiu Yimeng. Lan Chudai, although good, was still missing something. In the main hall, Pang Chi was waiting. Although he had come with important information, he was still very nervous, constantly checking his clothes to see if there were any problems, sitting motionless in his chair. At the door, a figure flashed and Yang Kai appeared in Pang Chi's field of vision holding Chiu Yimeng. Pang Chi stared blankly, quickly coughing and shifting his gaze. Chapter 503. Slowly putting down Chiu Yimeng, Yang Kai stepped forward and walked over to Pang Chi. The Chiu family's first young lady's expression was calm, not showing the slightest hesitation because her intimacy with Yang Kai had been seen, but her doubts had only deepened. Because when Yang Kai released her just now, she clearly felt Yang Kai's hand tremble slightly. Being able to make such a determined man show such a reaction, this Pang Chi, what news did he bring? Little Lord. Seeing Yang Kai appear, Pang Chi quickly stood up and bowed, not bothering with any nonsense. The bamboo knot gang's several hundred people have spent more than half a year searching and finally found the person Little Lord is looking for. We found it. Yang Kai took a deep breath and asked, "Where?" Before the start of the Inheritance War, Yang Kai had ordered the bamboo knot gang to inquire about Su Yen and the others, and now they had finally found some clues. Northwest of War City, about 3,000 kilometers away, there is a small village surrounded by mountains. Those people seem to have been living there all this time. Are you sure? I'm basically sure. Although I haven't had any direct contact with them, according to Little Lord's description, they should be the people you're looking for. That village is a newly built one, more than a year ago, and the people inside are all cultivators, about 100 in total. Good. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly, a big stone falling from his heart, reaching out and patting Pang Chi on the shoulder. Very good. Pang Chi suddenly became very excited, his face flushing red as he said somewhat incoherently, "This subordinate should do what he should." Saying so, he hurriedly took out something from his sleeve and handed it to Yang Kai. "This is a map drawn by my subordinates. I hope it will be of some help to Little Lord." "Good job." Yang Kai grinned and took the map, opening it up to see the location of the small village surrounded by mountains, instantly understanding it. This also confirmed Pang Chi's deduction, because this location was not far from the location where Yang Kai and Ling Tai Su had been teleported out of the void. Su Yen and the others should have found their current location not long after leaving the void path and settled down in seclusion. "Yang Kai, are you looking for someone?" Chiu Yimeng came up and asked. She had been observing Yang Kai's reaction without saying a word. She noticed that the man's expression had changed drastically. She immediately realized that the person he was looking for must be very important to him. "Okay." Yang Kai nodded and carefully put away the blueprint in his hand. "What kind of person is he?" Chiu Yimeng smiled slightly, intentionally or unintentionally inquiring. Some fellow disciples. Yang Kai took a deep breath, recalling Su Yan's appearance in his mind, his gaze softening. "It's more than just fellow sect members, right?" Chiu Yimeng smiled, also noticing something. "Since you've found him, what do you plan to do?" "Go get them." Yang Kai smiled at her. Chiu Yimeng slowly shook her head. Yang Kai's smile quickly converged as he stared at her coldly, narrowing his eyes. "What do you mean?" Chiu Yimeng softly said, "Don't be angry, listen to me first. Since they are fellow disciples of your sect, they should be disciples of High Heaven Pavilion, right? High Heaven Pavilion is still an evil sect, the sect that produced the Demon Lord. If those people aren't exposed to the world, I'm afraid they won't be a problem, but if you bring them to War City, it will definitely arouse criticism. If they really come, do you think your second brother won't do something to disturb your mood? Especially now, all of your actions are related to the direction of the Inheritance War." Yang Kai's brow wrinkled. Although he knew that Chiu Yimeng was telling the truth, he still couldn't agree. Chiu Yimeng continued, the Yang family's inheritance war has been going on for more than half a year now. Even if your fellow disciples live in seclusion in the mountains, I'm sure they have heard about it. They know that you are in War City, but they still haven't come to seek shelter. Obviously they don't want to cause you any trouble. You rashly bringing them here will only waste their efforts. I know, that's why I need to bring them here. Yang Kai quickly said, although the place where they live in seclusion is good, since it was found by the Bamboo Knot Gang, it can also be found by others. Su Yan's group's strength was mixed. When they parted more than a year ago, there were a few immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, but their cultivation wasn't high. The rest of the disciples were Yuan Qi Boundary, Separation and Reunion Boundary, and even a few Wudong Boundary Masters. If they were discovered by some great force, they would certainly not be able to escape. Only by arranging for them to stay with him could Yang Kai feel relieved. Chiu Yimeng's brow furrowed as she asked, do you really want them to come here? Yes, this point is not negotiable. Yang Kai nodded. Knowing Yang Kai's temperament, the Chiu family's first young lady knew that it was useless to say anything more, so she nodded, good, then I'll go for you. Yang Kai shook his head, no, I'll go myself. Chiu Yimeng suddenly became anxious. What's wrong with you? Even if those people are very important to you, with your current situation and status, you can't just leave War City. How many people do you want to take with you? I'm just going to pick them up, not fight. Sneaking out and sneaking back isn't enough? 3,000 kilometers is only a matter of days. Yang Kai frowned. What if your whereabouts are exposed? Even if you don't want to think about yourself, you have to think about your allies. They've paid so much, sacrificed so many people. Don't tell me they don't want to see you reach the end of the inheritance war? If something happens to you, how can you face them? Saying so, Chiu Yimeng stepped forward, stretched out her hands, and grabbed Yang Kai's neck, like a little girl, her eyes filled with stubbornness as she put on an unyielding posture. Although he knew that Chiu Yimeng was thinking about him and the overall situation, Yang Kai still insisted and shook his head, I have to go, if I don't go, they won't come. Since Su Yan and the others hadn't come to War City, they must have had many scruples. If Chiu Yimeng went to find them, not only would they not come to War City, they would likely disappear from the world's eyes again, making it difficult to find them again. I don't care. If you want to pick them up, I'll go for you. In any case, you can't leave. Can't you be a little more mature? I'm a little woman, why would I need to be mature? Do you like mature women? Then who do you think caused all this? Yang Kai's expression became impatient. He didn't like to be entangled with people. His style of doing things was also sharp and straightforward. Now that Chiu Yimeng was holding on to him, he was very depressed. Thinking about Su Yan and the others, he couldn't wait to grow wings and fly 3,000 kilometers away. What? Chiu Yimeng was stunned. Nothing. Yang Kai wasn't willing to say more. If Chiu Yimeng hadn't brought people to High Heaven Pavilion to cause trouble, Yang Kai wouldn't have been sent to the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land and wouldn't have been separated from Su Yan for so long. Speaking of which, the Chiu family's first young lady was the culprit behind the separation of Yang Kai and Su Yan. It was precisely because of this that Yang Kai's attitude towards Chiu Yimeng was very bad, but after the start of the inheritance war his feelings of resistance and disgust slowly faded. There's still something I need to do in the gang. Little Lord, subordinate will take his leave first. Pang Chi felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. Finally finding an opportunity to interject, he quickly prepared to leave. You can't go. Chiu Yimeng glanced at him. Stay in the house for a few days. Yes, subordinate will take his leave. Pang Chi knew that Chiu Yimeng was staying with him because she was afraid he would leak information. Although Chiu Yimeng's actions made him feel like he wasn't being trusted, he didn't dare complain. After Pang Chi left, Chiu Yimeng released Yang Kai, a look of reminiscence flashing across her eyes as she slowly said, I remember when Xiao Man and I went to High Heaven Pavilion, under the coiling dragon stream, we saw you being very intimate with a woman. Is she the one you're thinking about? Yang Kai nodded. What about Xianing Cheng? Chiu Yimeng suddenly became curious. It seems that your relationship with her is also not ordinary. Yang Kai looked at her strangely. Can't I have 2 women? Chiu Yimeng's face went black as she angrily shouted, shameless, shameless, just like that star's Hua. Sure enough, all men were like this. You can do whatever you want, I won't care about you anymore. Saying so, the Chiu family's first young lady angrily left. Chiu Yimeng also knew that she couldn't persuade Yang Kai. Once this man made up his mind, no one could persuade him otherwise. What's more, what Yang Kai said was also reasonable. If he didn't go, those people from High Heaven Pavilion would definitely not come to War City. However, considering the overall situation, Chiu Yimeng had no choice but to try her best to stop Yang Kai. Unfortunately, she failed. Fortunately, War City had been calm recently, and even if Yang Kai wasn't in the house, the strength of the people in the house was enough to resist the enemy's attacks. That night, a figure disappeared into the night sky. No one noticed, only Chiu Yimeng knew it was Yang Kai. He had taken Ingjiu with him. Among all the blood warriors, only Ingjiu, who was proficient in concealment and assassination, had the qualifications and strength to quietly act with him. No one else was allowed. Once they acted, they would immediately be noticed. Meng Wuya and the old demon may have this ability, but Treasurer Meng didn't like to intervene in Yang Kai's affairs. As for the old demon, he had to stay behind. Otherwise, with only one top master in the house, Tang Yuxian, there may be some accidents. With the old demon and Tang Yuxian together, Yang Kai could sit back and relax. I hope he's fine. Chiu Yimeng sighed slightly. Because of the inheritance war, she still had to worry about the safety of this man, making her feel helpless. At the same time, in Yang Zhao's house, Yexen-ro walked into Yang Zhao's room and smiled. Second young lord, there's news about what you wanted to inquire about. Oh! Yang Zhao's brow rose as he suddenly showed a happy expression. Reporting! Pang Chi of the Central Capital's Bamboo Knot Gang seems to have arrived in War City today. After entering the little lord's house, he hasn't come out since. Chapter 504. They haven't come out yet? Yang Zhao's expression suddenly became playful, tapping his fingers on the table for a long time before asking, has there been any movement in Ninth Brother's house? Yexen-ro shook her head. Nothing. Yang Zhao stood up, an excited smile on his face as he clenched his fists. That's right. Second young master, I don't quite understand. Yexen-ro wrinkled her delicate brow. Why is there no movement? No movement means there has already been some movement. Yang Zhao smiled slightly. Ninth Brother and Ingjiu have already moved out. They've already moved out? Yexen-ro was surprised. If the second young master's words were true, then Yang Kai's courage was simply too big. Ingjiu is proficient in concealment and assassination. He can come and go without a trace, entering and leaving War City without our people noticing. Yang Zhao explained patiently. What about the little lord? Does he also have such ability? Yexen-ro couldn't help curling her lips, subconsciously thinking that even if Yang Kai was strong, it was impossible for him to disappear silently like Ingjiu. One had to know that Yang Zhao had placed many spies around his house, so if there was even the slightest movement there, they would immediately be alerted to this place. I didn't believe it at first, but I think Ninth Brother has this ability. Last time, when he attacked Fifth Brother's house, Eldest Brother brought people to restrain me. Do you know why? Obviously the eldest young master and little lord have formed an alliance. Yexen-ro was puzzled. I naturally know this, but what's the problem? That's the problem. No one knows when Old Ninth formed an alliance with Big Brother. This means that he has the ability to go to Big Brother's residence and have a detailed discussion with him without us noticing. Otherwise, Big Brother wouldn't have acted rashly. If he could do this at that time, he can naturally do it now. What's more, Pang Chi entered Ninth Brother's house and didn't come out. Obviously, he brought some particularly important information and was temporarily detained there. If this information wasn't important, Pang Chi should have left. Yexen-ro listened to Yang Zhao's analysis and couldn't help her beautiful eyes lighting up, feeling that what he said was very reasonable. Interesting. Yang Zhao laughed. The Bamboo Knot Gang is one of Ninth Brother's subordinate forces. I've known this for a long time. I also know that he asked the Bamboo Knot Gang to help him find something, whether it was someone or something. It doesn't matter if he's looking for someone or something, the little lord is determined to get it. And now, he's already gotten the information he wants. Exn Ro's beautiful eyes flashed brilliantly, her thoughts having been enlightened by Yang Zhao, her mind gradually becoming clear. If that's the case, we can do something about it. That's exactly what I was thinking. Yang Zhao smiled lightly. The key is that I don't know where ninth brother went. If I did. The inheritance war had been deadlocked for 2 months now, and although his own forces had grown a lot during this time, Yang Kai's side wasn't any worse. Yang Zhao naturally wanted to use all possible means to break this deadlock. Yang Kai going out was undoubtedly the best opportunity. As long as he could capture him, no matter how many masters he had in his house, they would be useless. Yang Zhao was still very wary of the masters in Yang Kai's house. Second young master, do you want me to go back to the central capital and ask the Bamboo Knot Gang for information? Exn Ro suddenly proposed. It would be impossible to obtain any information from Yang Kai's house, but since this news was obtained by the Bamboo Knot Gang, there should be someone on their side who knew the details. The Bamboo Knot Gang, as far as I know, since the beginning of the Inheritance War, it has annexed a lot of small forces. Pang Chi's ability is limited, his management isn't very good, and his internal unity isn't very good. In particular, Mu Nando, who joined later, isn't very convinced by Pang Chi and isn't very loyal to ninth brother. It's only because of the Yang family's prestige that he's satisfied with the status quo. You should go find him. As long as you offer him the right conditions, I think he'll be willing to cooperate. Yang Zhao said. And if he doesn't cooperate? Yang Zhao smiled lightly, reaching out and pinching Exn Ro's smooth chin, raising it slightly. I don't need to teach you that. I know. Exn Ro's cheeks blushed, her beautiful eyes blurring as she nodded gently. There's no time to lose, you leave now. By tomorrow afternoon, I want accurate information. Exn Ro smiled lightly, turned around, and rushed off into the night. Under the darkness of the night, 2 figures flashed through the air, crossing 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai rushed ahead while In Jio followed behind. Even if the gap in strength between the two of them was an entire great realm, In Jio still had to use 80% of his strength to catch up with Yang Kai's speed. Knowing that Yang Kai must be extremely anxious, In Jio just silently followed behind Yang Kai. Not saying a word, only the sound of their clothes fluttering in the night sky could be heard. After a day and night of galloping, even a master like In Jio was slightly out of breath and had to take a pill to supplement his yuan qi to maintain his peak state in case of any unexpected situations. On the other hand, Yang Kai's face didn't turn red nor did his heart beat faster. In addition to his expression becoming more and more excited, he didn't seem tired at all. In Jio didn't even see Yang Kai take a pill. He couldn't help feeling shocked. He really didn't know how much yuan qi Yang Kai had stored in his body for him to be able to act so leisurely. After a day and night of nearly 2,000 kilometers, In Jio was sure that the little lord had been flying at full speed. Was this not a burden or consumption for him? Yang Kai didn't stop to rest. Another night passed, and when the sun rose from the east, Yang Kai suddenly stopped, stood mid-air, and looked down. Below them was a dense forest, as if there were tens of thousands of mountains. It stretched up and down, and one couldn't see the end of it. Those ancient green trees towered into the sky, verdant and lush. Mist lingered around, and it was like an otherworldly paradise, ethereal and misty. In this mountain forest, there seemed to be some traces of monster beast activity as well as a lot of high-grade herbs. The 100 or so people from High Heaven Pavilion were living in seclusion in this mountain forest. It's a good place. Yang Kai smiled slightly, instantly spreading out his tyrannical spiritual energy in all directions. Closing his eyes and extending his divine sense, he could clearly see every blade of grass and tree. The Bamboo Knot Gang members being able to find this place was probably due to luck. After all, this was not an easy place to find. After a while, Yang Kai took back his divine sense, a look of disappointment appearing on his face. Although the range of his divine sense was very large, he still couldn't detect anyone's aura, not even a trace of human activity. "Little Lord, should we split up and search?" Ingio asked. "No need." Yang Kai shook his head. "As long as we're within a certain range, I'll be able to detect them." Although Ingio didn't know what method Yang Kai used to detect them, he didn't say much. The map Pang Chi gave Yang Kai only had a general location and didn't describe it in detail, but based on this map, Yang Kai was still able to determine the direction he should be looking for. After an hour, Yang Kai, who was flying away, stopped again, his face suddenly filled with joy as he turned his head and looked in a certain direction. "Come with me." Calling out to Ingio, he quickly flew in that direction. After the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, Ingio really found a cluster of newly built thatched huts in the mountain valley. The arrival of the two seemed to have alarmed the people who lived in seclusion here. Immediately, several immortal ascension boundary masters came out of their huts and stared towards them, their eyes filled with vigilance. Ingio quietly glanced around and found that the strongest of these immortal ascension boundary masters was only an immortal ascension boundary 4th stage master, and he wasn't young either, so his yuan qi wasn't that pure. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little strange. Shouldn't the sect where the Little Lord came from have an above immortal ascension boundary master? Now that a rising star like the Little Lord had appeared, how could the strength of these people be so poor? The people down below seemed to have seen Yang Kai's face and couldn't help letting out a light sigh as they pointed towards him, the vigilance on their faces quickly dissipating, replaced by joy. Before they arrived, Yang Kai smiled and waved to the people down below. The people down below quickly responded, one of them shouting a few words, and in an instant, the doors of all the huts opened and nearly 100 people walked out one after another, all of them extremely excited. Yang Kai also saw Sassafras, Li Yuntian, and the others and couldn't help feeling a sense of familiarity. After a while, Yang Kai and Ingio landed on the ground and hurriedly walked up, cupping their fists and greeting. Disciple greets several martial uncles. "How did you find us here?" One of the martial uncles, about 40 years old, asked suspiciously, "Shouldn't you be in War City participating in the inheritance war? There's nothing going on over there. Disciple has been looking for your whereabouts and only received accurate information a few days ago, so he hurried over." Yang Kai took a deep breath and replied while turning his head to look around. Many familiar and unfamiliar faces entered his eyes, but whether they knew him or not, whether they were familiar with him or not, at this moment, everyone was looking at Yang Kai excitedly. "Brother-in-law!" Sassafras rushed to the front and called out. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and patted him on the shoulder. Looking at Sassafras again, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling slightly moved. He had not seen him for more than a year, and Sassafras had actually grown from separation and reunion boundary 9th stage to Yuan Qi 5th stage. Although this kind of strength wasn't very high among the younger generation, for Yang Kai it was already quite good. "Come in and talk." The several High Heaven Pavilion martial uncles warmly called out. The construction of this place was very simple, probably only enough for people to live in. After entering the house, the several martial uncles intentionally or unintentionally inquired about Ingio's identity. After learning that he was a young family blood warrior, all of them were suddenly shocked and became extremely cautious. The young family blood warrior, for them, was already an existence they could only look up to. Ingio didn't put on any airs and simply nodded slightly to anyone who came to greet him, but his naturally cold face still made the people from High Heaven Pavilion not dare to approach him. After serving tea, Yang Kai began to inquire about their situation over the past year. His martial uncles and martial uncles also began to talk about what had happened during this period. Chapter 505. Ever since they left the Void Edge sect, they had been hiding their identities and wandering around. Later, they learned that the sect had been burned down, and the whereabouts of the sect leader and several elders were unknown. They did not dare to rashly return, so they found a place here and temporarily settled down, waiting for the future to decide. This time, they had lived here until now. The news of the Yang family's inheritance war, they had indeed heard about it. Although they had been living in seclusion, Every month they would send people out to inquire about various aspects of the situation. It was at that time that they learned about Yang Kai's true identity and the inheritance war. However, as Yang Kai had said before, even if they knew about the inheritance war and wanted to help Yang Kai, it was still not convenient for them to go to War City. Because High Heaven Pavilion's name as an evil sect had not been removed, going to War City would only bring unnecessary trouble to Yang Kai. After living here for more than a year, although it wasn't very convenient to communicate with the outside world, there were a lot fewer disputes. Except for the occasional monster beast attacks, everyone in High Heaven Pavilion was bitterly cultivating, looking forward to the day when they would be able to restore the sect's glory. So you're saying that you don't know that the sect has been rebuilt? Yang Kainyan asked after they finished speaking. The sect has been rebuilt? The several martial uncles all looked stunned. And it should be rebuilt, but for the time being, I don't dare hang up the sect's signboard. High Heaven Pavilion can only be regarded as a temporary property of mine. I can only wait until the sect's name is restored before restoring it. I'm afraid that you're the only one who can do this. Thank you, martial nephew. The several martial uncles all saw the crux of the matter and firmly said, then we will have to trouble martial nephew in the future. Yang Kai gently nodded. This is disciple's duty. Then he asked, what about sect master and the several elders? Those martial uncles all had gloomy expressions on their faces. We don't have a clue at the moment. We only send a few people out every month to scout around. We don't know where the sect leader and the other elders are. Is that so? Yang Kai sighed and comforted them. It's fine, sect master is already an above immortal ascension boundary master. There aren't many people in this world who can hurt him. Hearing this news, everyone couldn't help but feel excited. Although they had heard about it before, when it came from Yang Kai's mouth, the weight of it was different. I came here this time to ask all of you martial uncles and brothers to accompany me back to War City. If martial uncles have no objections, then let the disciples pack up and we'll set off as soon as possible. The martial uncles looked at each other, and one of them said with a smile, we didn't want to trouble you to avoid making things difficult for you. However, since martial nephew has taken the initiative to invite us, it would be unreasonable for us to refuse. Even if we enter War City under the name of evil sect's disciples, as long as we have martial nephew's protection, no one should dare say anything, right? Yang Kai smiled coldly. Those who dare to say that won't live long. Only then did the martial uncles let go of the worries in their hearts and agreed. Then I'll go find her first. Suyen. Yang Kai scratched his nose awkwardly. The expressions of the several martial uncles suddenly became awkward, the one who had spoken before nodding. Yes, I actually forgot about this matter. Please don't blame me, martial nephew. Turning his head, he shouted, Sassafras. Disciple is here. Sassafras responded and walked in. Lead Brother Yang to the frozen ice cave. Yes, Sassafras smiled lightly and gestured to Yang Kai. Brother-in-law, come with me. Yang Kai lightly coughed and walked out. Ing Jiao wanted to follow but was stopped by Yang Kai. Walking out with Sassafras, Yang Kai asked, Frozen ice cave? What is that place? It's the place where Elder Sister cultivates. Sassafras replied, It was precisely because we found a cold place here that was suitable for Elder Sister to cultivate that we decided to temporarily live here. But when I went to see Elder Sister last time, she seemed to have said that she was going into retreat. I don't know if she's done yet. And she is indeed in retreat. Yang Kai nodded. If she wasn't in retreat, how could Su Yan not come out to greet him? Dozens of kilometers away, Yang Kai sensed the existence of Su Yan. The art of yin-yang joyous unification had created an indelible bond between the two of them. Since Yang Kai could sense her, she could naturally sense Yang Kai's existence as well. But now, it was probably inconvenient for elder sister Su to leave her retreat, so she didn't show up. As the distance between the two of them closed, Yang Kai's yuan qi began to fluctuate uncontrollably, as if there was an invisible vortex that was pulling at his yuan qi. That was Su Yan's energy. After not cultivating the art of yin-yang joyous unification for such a long time, no matter who it was, both of them desperately wanted to be comforted by the other. Yang Kai's usually calm mood began to fluctuate. The ice cave was not far from where they lived, only about 3 kilometers away. After a while, Sassafras led Yang Kai to a cave that was overflowing with cold air. Even from the outside, they could clearly see the cold air pouring out of the cave. It was a spectacular sight. Around the cave, there was not a single blade of grass, and there was frozen soil everywhere. Sassafras had already reached the 5th level of Yuan Qi, but when he was about 10 feet away from the cave, he stopped and said, "Brother-in-law, you should go in yourself. That damned place is too cold. I don't know how it was formed. Only elder sister can withstand it, even the other martial uncles can't go in." "Okay, you can go back." "Hee, brother-in-law, enjoy your meal." Sassafras laughed and turned to leave. Yang Kai shook his head, took a deep breath, and entered the ice cave. A cold feeling came from all directions, as if even the Yuan Qi in his body could be frozen. Circulating his true Yang secret art, Yang Kai dispelled the obstruction of the cold and walked step by step into the cave. All around him were smooth and cold blocks of ice. This ice cave did not have any traces of artificial excavation. It was completely a natural place. He did not know where the light came from, but the ice was like a mirror, reflecting the light, so the cave was not dark. The deeper he went, the colder it became. Yang Kai circulated his true Yang secret art faster and faster. After walking for a full cup of tea's time, Yang Kai's field of vision suddenly opened up. This should be the innermost layer of the ice cave. The cold was incomparably strong, and it was no longer as narrow as before. Instead, it was an open space. With just a glance, Yang Kai saw Su Yan. Her beautiful hair that was like silk and satin hung down like a cloth, covering her round and perky buttocks. Her skin was white as snow and suffused with a sheen that was like the most exquisite porcelain. She had an exquisite nose, pink cheeks, cherry lips that exhaled like orchids, and delicate dimples that were white as snow and sparkling like jade. Su Yan was the same as before, like an exquisite ice doll. At this moment, she was sitting cross-legged on a crystal-clear ice bed, her eyes closed in meditation, her tender body trembling slightly, showing the excitement in her heart at this moment. Suddenly, the Yuan Qi in Su Yan's body fluctuated, clearly visible. Her tender body, her face, and even all her exposed skin was quickly covered with a layer of frost. Yang Kai could not help but change his expression. His figure flickered and appeared in front of Su Yan, directly sitting down cross-legged, gently holding her hands, and circulating the yin-yang joyous unification art. At the same time, the Yuan Qi in Su Yan's body also began to circulate according to the joyous unification art. The fluctuating Yuan Qi stabilized, and the Yuan Qi fluctuations in their bodies, the rhythm of their breathing and the frequency of their heartbeats gradually began to coincide. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai gently exhaled and opened his eyes. Opposite him, Su Yan's beautiful eyes also slowly opened, her long eyelashes trembling, as if she could not believe that Yang Kai had actually found her, but soon, an intoxicating blush and a happy smile appeared on her cold face. "But, even if I'm here, you don't need to be so excited, right? Something almost went wrong." Yang Kai chuckled. Su Yan obviously had not yet finished her retreat, because she had sensed Yang Kai's arrival. Her breathing had become chaotic. If it were not for Yang Kai's timely help, who knows what would have happened? Su Yan's face reddened, and she was about to speak when she felt a strong force pushing her onto the ice bed, causing her to involuntarily cry out in panic. Looking up, she saw Yang Kai's eyes burning with a raging fire, his breathing heavy, like a ferocious beast choosing its prey. His eyes seemed to want to swallow Su Yan alive, full of undisguised aggression. Being stared at by such a pair of eyes, Su Yan could not help but breathe heavily, suddenly realizing what was about to happen. "Yang." Just as she spat out the first word, Su Yan felt Yang Kai press down on her, directly blocking her mouth and preventing her from spitting out the next word. After a slight squirming, Su Yan stretched out her 2 white arms and wrapped them around Yang Kai's neck, allowing him to do whatever he wanted. Their breathing gradually became heavy. In this extremely cold environment, on that sparkling jade-like ice bed, a man and a woman were entangled with each other. There was no need to say anything. There was only intense violation and selfless response. Their clothes were scattered, and although this cold could freeze the world, it could not freeze the young man and woman's body and mind. Su Yan's crystal white skin was quickly exposed to the air. Her soft breasts were full, her snow-white skin was tinged with a rosy glow, and her pair of slender legs were covered in fragrant grass. Every inch of her skin caused Yang Kai to linger, leaving behind a rich aftertaste. Su Yan's face was flushed red, her eyes glowing with a strange light. She felt that Kai Yang was like a wild beast that had just been released from its cage, releasing himself on top of her delicate body without the slightest bit of tenderness. What made her feel ashamed was that this kind of roughness actually made her feel even more pleasure, causing her heart to flutter and her mind to be in a daze. Accompanied by a stifling yet heart-wrenching moan, Su Yan's body tensed up as she bit her lip, bracing herself for the storm-like impact. Lashing to his heart's content, Su Yan's cries grew louder and louder, stimulating Kai Yang's nerves more and more. It was as if everything in the world had disappeared, leaving only the two of them who were engrossed in each other. The dragon pattern on Yang Kai's back and the phoenix pattern on Su Yan's back also seemed to come to life, quickly swimming across their skin. Chapter 506. The two slowly woke up, their lower bodies still tightly joined together, and the air was filled with a rotting smell that made Su Yan shy. She couldn't help but shrink into Yang Kai's arms, but just as she was about to move, she couldn't help but cry out in alarm, looking at Yang Kai's eyes with both fear and expectation. She felt that the thing inside her body had once again become hard, like a red-hot iron, burning her whole body, causing her to twitch uncontrollably. With just a slight movement, it brought about an incomparably strong stimulation. Yang. Just like before, she had only managed to utter a single word when Su Yan's voice was replaced by a moan. The tidal wave of impact made it impossible for her to open her mouth and utter a complete sentence. Only whispering and moaning could be heard. The two gave and took as much as they liked, blending together like water, without any distinction between each other. Su Yan didn't know how many times she had woken up, but her body was still trembling unconsciously. Her snow-white body was suffused with an enchanting red light, and between her slender legs, there was a pool of mud. Yang Kai. Biting her thin red lips, Su Yan stared at the ceiling of the ice cave, her beautiful eyes blurred, like a fish on the brink of death, weakly saying, "Let me go, I can't do it anymore." Even now, she still felt like she was floating in the clouds. This feeling made her infatuated, but also terrified her. She couldn't resist Yang Kai's demands, and even though she knew in her heart that it was time to stop, her body still reacted instinctively, fiercely responding to his demands. Towards this man's impact, she was both afraid and in love with him. "Then let's stop here for now." Yang Kai grinned, "We'll fight another day." Su Yan slowly got up, resisting the soreness in her waist, and glared at him. "It's all your fault. You only cared about, we haven't even started cultivating yet." Yang Kai laughed dryly. The yin-yang joyous unification art with Su Yan had already reached the second stage, so there was no need for them to have sex to dual cultivate, but Yang Kai still chose to use the most instinctive and barbaric method to possess the woman in front of him, not even thinking about cultivating. "I'm afraid it's too late to cultivate now, let's talk about it when we get back." Yang Kai shook his head. "We seem to have been here for more than 2 days, the several martial uncles should be anxious." Su Yan's face suddenly became bright red. A man and a woman alone together for 2 days, even a fool could guess what would happen. Even if Su Yan's temperament was mild, she couldn't help but feel a kind of shyness from not being able to see anyone again. She slowly got up, like a virtuous wife to a husband's heart to help Yang Kai. "Yang, this. This to break. Almost. Just a little more." Yang Kai nodded, his eyes flashing as he stared at Su Yan. "But you've already reached the immortal ascension boundary 3rd stage. It seems that if I want to catch up to you, I'll have to work harder." "That's all thanks to the medicinal liquid you gave me." Su Yan nodded lightly. That thing can really cleanse my body. My cultivation speed is now much faster than before, and here, there is a very suitable cultivation environment for me. More than a year ago, when he separated from Su Yan, she was only at the peak of the Yuan Qi boundary, the same as Yang Kai now, only a step away from breaking through to the Immortal Ascension boundary. Now that they met again, she was already at the Immortal Ascension boundary 3rd stage. Such a cultivation speed was simply incredible. After all, after a cultivator reached the Immortal Ascension boundary, the speed at which their strength increased was relatively slow. No matter how good your external strength is, if you don't have a solid foundation, it's not enough. In the end, it's all because of your talent. Yang Kai reached out and gently stroked Su Yan's cheek, suddenly burying his head between her 2 peaks and taking a deep breath, as if he wanted to imprint this enchanting scent deep in his mind. Su Yan smiled softly and quietly hugged him. After a while, Yang Kai straightened up and glanced down at his crotch, helplessly saying, "I seem to have..." Su Yan was shocked. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became firm. In any case, they've already waited for more than 2 days. It doesn't matter if they wait a little longer. Saying so, he pulled Su Yan into his arms. After an hour, Yang Kai was satisfied and watched Su Yan quickly dress herself before helping Yang Kai with his clothes. After suffering a loss once, how could she dare to show her body in front of Yang Kai again? If she allowed this man to continue like this, she feared it would be 10 days or half a month before they could leave the ice cave. After the 2 of them were fully dressed, Su Yan reluctantly looked back at the ice cave. After leaving this place, she didn't know when she would be able to return. This place was very suitable for her to cultivate and gather cold qi very quickly. It wasn't easy for a cultivator to find a suitable place to cultivate. "What do you want to take away?" Yang Kai saw Su Yan's reluctance and asked. Su Yan shook her head and said with some regret, "I can't take it away, I'll have to come back later." "I can take it away." Yang Kai's lips curled into a smile. Su Yan glanced at him and chuckled. "This ice bed, can you take it away with you?" Yang Kai nodded, a serious expression on his face. "No need, this seems to be 10,000-year-old ice. I tried to lift it, but I couldn't. Even if you can move it, it's impossible to take it elsewhere. The small bag you gave me before couldn't hold this thing." Su Yan had a universe bag in her hands. This universe bag was originally given to Yang Kai by Ling Tai Su, and after opening the black book space, it was transferred to Su Yan by Yang Kai. However, the space in that universe bag wasn't big enough to hold such a large ice bed. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and walked over to the ice bed that still had their auras on it, reaching out and covering it with his hand. Su Yan's expression froze. Although she didn't know what Yang Kai was doing, she faintly felt a sense of expectation, as if this man would do something very unexpected. Just as this thought flashed through her mind, she saw a flash of light appear on the ice bed that weighed 10,000 kilograms and immediately disappear. Su Yan's mouth opened slightly, almost unable to believe her eyes. She immediately released her divine sense but couldn't find the slightest clue, causing her brow to wrinkle slightly as a look of suspicion appeared on her face. "Where did it go?" Looking at the proud Yang Kai, Su Yan hurriedly asked. "I have another artifact that can store things, and its space is much larger than your universe bag." Yang Kai smiled lightly. Su Yan gently nodded. No wonder. Learning that Yang Kai had such a priceless treasure, Su Yan was only slightly shocked before immediately feeling a sense of pride in her heart. Because this was her man, his methods were amazing and his heritage was strong. Su Yan secretly thought to herself, sharing glory and glory together, feeling a sense of pride. It seemed that as long as Yang Kai made a move, even if he pierced a hole in the heavens, it was only natural. The frigid cold in the ice cave was all because of the ice bed. It could be said that the ice bed was the only treasure in this place. As long as she had it, Su Yan could create her ideal cultivation environment wherever she wanted. In the village, everyone was ready to go. Several of the High Heaven Pavilion's martial uncles sat down, their expressions meticulous and their attitudes cautious. To the side, Ingjiu also sat there silently. The atmosphere was particularly dignified. Several of the High Heaven Pavilion's martial uncles had been accompanying the young family blood warrior for 2 days now, not moving at all. At first, they wanted to talk to Ingjio, but Ingjio was a man of few words, so how could they have a conversation? In the end, the several martial uncles stopped talking and everyone waited like they were sitting on pins and needles, not to mention how uncomfortable it was. Everyone was wondering in their hearts why Yang Kai hadn't returned yet. The younger generation of disciples seemed to have noticed the strange atmosphere here and didn't dare approach within 300 meters, all of them hiding far away, lest they be dragged along by their martial uncles and become scapegoats. Just as they were feeling anxious, Sassafras rushed in from the outside and cupped his fists. Several martial uncles, Brother Yang and elder sister have returned. Returned? The several martial uncles felt as if they had been granted amnesty and quickly got up, their faces filled with a mixture of wanting to cry and laugh as they hurried out. They weren't willing to stay here for even a breath longer. Facing such a powerful and indifferent Yang family blood warrior, any one of them would feel a great deal of pressure. Just as they stepped out of the door, they saw Yang Kai and Su Yen walking over together. One of the martial uncles had tears in his eyes as he stepped forward and grabbed Yang Kai's big hand, shaking it vigorously as he said, "Martial nephew, you've finally returned, we've been waiting for a long time." "Hm?" Yang Kai frowned, wondering why these martial uncles had suddenly become so enthusiastic. When he came here 2 days ago, they weren't like this. Su Yen, who was standing to the side, misunderstood and overheard these words. Her face couldn't help blushing bright red, somewhat embarrassed to meet these people, her cold face flushed red, making her more attractive than ever. "We're all ready, martial nephew, please. If you're ready then let's go." Yang Kai nodded. "Let's go." The martial uncle waved his hand and shouted loudly. Then he and the other martial uncles rushed out in a hurry. Yang Kai was stunned, not understanding why these martial uncles were so anxious, as if they were about to be reincarnated. "Little Lord." Ingjio came up and greeted him. "What happened?" Yang Kai frowned and asked. "Nothing." Ingjio shook his head, inadvertently glancing over at Su Yen, his expression changing slightly. He discovered that although this woman with a cold temperament and stunning appearance was not very old, her cultivation had already reached the immortal ascension boundary 3rd stage. The Lu family's Lu Qingyao was only an immortal ascension boundary 3rd stage cultivator, but he was the central capital's #1 genius, the future successor of the Lu family. But what about her? This woman was incredible. In an instant, Ingjio realized just how terrifying High Heaven Pavilion was. The Demon Lord was from High Heaven Pavilion, the Little Lord was also from High Heaven Pavilion, and this woman in front of him was even more so. This sect even had an above immortal ascension boundary master. It seemed that the veiled Xia girl who was performing alchemy in his house and Meng Wuya who lifted his chi binding seal were both from High Heaven Pavilion. Was this sect really just a second-class sect? Ingjio suddenly became confused. Chapter 507. More than 100 people from High Heaven Pavilion, under the leadership of Yang Kai, were quickly rushing towards War City. When they arrived here, it had only taken Yang Kai and Ingjio less than 2 days, including the time it took to find them. But now, Yang Kai estimated that it would take at least 4 or 5 days to return. After all, the strength of these brothers and sisters was somewhat mixed. Although many of them had broken through to the Yuan Qi boundary, there were still many separation and reunion boundary and Qi transformation boundary cultivators. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry though, simply chatting and laughing with Su Yen as he led the way, enjoying this moment of leisure. After not seeing Su Yen for more than a year, the physical and mental bond between the two had not faded and had instead become even stronger. Walking side by side with her, Yang Kai could even feel that the Yuan Qi in their bodies was fusing in a very strange way. From time to time, it was as if a single thought from the other could be faintly understood by the other. This feeling was quite wonderful. Heart and body as one, heart and heart as one, it was likely they were not far from each other. At this moment, nearly 2,000 kilometers away from War City, A large number of people were lurking in the thick grass, quietly waiting. At the head of this group was Qiu Zirua of the central capital's Qiu family, Qiu Yimeng's half-brother. Qiu Zirua was originally an ally of the Yang family's sixth young lord, Yang Shun, but on that night, Yang Kai had attacked Yang Shun's house and taken away his flag, forcing him to withdraw. Yang Shun's forces had been transferred to the seventh young lord, Yang Ying, and Qiu Zirua had followed Yang Ying. A few days later, Yang Ying took the initiative to forfeit and gathered his cultivators in Yang Zhao's house. Qiu Zirua had now changed his allegiance 3 times, causing him to feel extremely depressed. Although this kind of change was inevitable, it was still a loss of face for him. At the very least, his vision was very problematic. Whichever Yang family young lord he followed, that Yang family young lord would be eliminated. Before the start of the inheritance war, he, Qiu Yimeng, and the Qiu family patriarch, Qiu Shoucheng, had discussed the direction of the inheritance war. Qiu Yimeng was very optimistic about Yang Kai, so she didn't hesitate to temporarily leave the family and bring a group of Autumn Rain Hall members to join him. Facts proved that Qiu Yimeng had chosen a good ally. As for Yang Xin, who Qiu Zirua and Qiu Shoucheng both thought highly of, he was unable to last until the end. Qiu Zirua also held his breath and vowed to assist Yang Zhao in winning the inheritance war in order to consolidate his position as the family's successor. In addition to Qiu Zirua, the Kong family's Kong Zhan was also here. These two were the young lords of the central capital's 8 great families, as well as the future patriarchs of the 8 great families. If they wanted to deal with Yang Kai, without the help of the 8 great families, it would be impossible to control the situation, so these two had been sent out by Yang Zhao. As for Yang Zhao himself, he had to remain in War City. If he left, he would likely follow in Yang Shen's footsteps. Beside them were the Xiang clan's Xiang Chu and the Nan clan's Nan Sheng. These two families had countless grievances with Yang Kai, so when they learned that they were going to send troops to deal with Yang Kai, they naturally took the initiative to volunteer, so that they could wash away their previous humiliation. Yang Zhao readily agreed. Apart from that, there were 3 or 4 other forces that weren't weak, and they were all gathered here. Brother Kong, is the information second young lord obtained accurate? That Yang Kai wouldn't act so recklessly, right? After waiting for more than a day without any news, Qiu Zirua couldn't help feeling a little impatient. Kong Zhan heard this and chuckled, "Brother Qiu, please wait patiently. Since second young lord said so, there should be no problem." Qiu Zirua couldn't help glancing over at Kong Zhan suspiciously. Brother Kong seems to hold second young lord in high regard. Kong Zhan smiled lightly. "I'm not afraid Brother Qiu will laugh at me. In fact, at the beginning of the inheritance war, I wanted to ally with second young lord. Because I felt that with second young lord's methods, he would be able to achieve great things." "Then why did you choose seventh young lord?" Qiu Zirua raised his brow, not quite understanding. Kong Zhan was originally an ally of Yang Ying's seventh young lord, but after Yang Ying abstained, he switched allegiance to Yang Zhao. "I had no choice." Kong Zhan smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Second young lord chose Yi Xen Ro of the Yi family, so I could only choose someone else." Qiu Zirua's eyes flashed a trace of understanding and ambiguity as he nodded. "Beautiful women always have some advantages. All men like beautiful women, especially Yi Xen Ro's delicate appearance." Kong Zhan licked his lips. Qiu Zirua also grinned meaningfully. As young lords and young ladies of the central capital's 8 great families, the two of them were quite familiar with Yi Xen Ro's character and background. Naturally, they knew that this woman's relationship with Yang Zhao was not ordinary. It was also because of this that Yi Xen Ro was now very important to Yang Zhao. Although Qiu Zirua and Kong Zhan were both Yang Zhao's allies, their status was not as high as Yi Xen Ro's. However, they didn't care much about this. Obviously their status wasn't low either. This news is said to have been obtained by that woman herself when she went to the central capital to inquire about it. Kong Zhan smiled wretchedly. With the Yi family's first young lady personally taking action, how could a trivial vice sect leader of an underground force not be able to handle him? I'm afraid that with just a little bit of sweetness, she'll fall head over heels for him. That's true. Chiu Ruan nodded, thinking that if he Xn Ro used a beauty trap on him, would he be able to keep this a secret? Especially when his life was on the line. Even if Yang Kai is smart, I'm afraid he never imagined that with just a few clues, the second young lord would be able to infer that he had left War City. Kang Zhan smiled softly. He thinks his plan is watertight, but in fact, there are still some flaws. No one is perfect. Chiu Rua shook his head slightly. Yang Kai is about the same age as us. If he had been too perfect, how could we still live? Kang Zhan nodded. Having said that, it was still undeniable that Yang Kai's methods were extraordinary. If it weren't for the second young lord's meticulous attention to detail, it was likely he wouldn't have been able to grasp this rare opportunity. Young Master Xiang, Young Master Nan, in Jiu by Yang Kai's side, I'll have to rely on the masters from your two families to contain him. Kang Zhan suddenly turned to Xiang Chu and Nan Sheng and said. Xiang Chu nodded and faintly said, "It's my duty." Nan Sheng's face flashed a trace of malice and viciousness as he stroked his broken finger and coldly declared, "This time our two families have dispatched two peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters in order to contain that Ingjiu. As long as we can avenge my broken finger, my Nan family will follow the two young lords' orders." Kang Zhan glanced at him and nodded slightly, no longer saying anything. Yang Kai had a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Demon in his house, and it was because of this demon master's provocation that Yang Zhao had asked the Xiang and Nan families to send two peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters to assist him. Such a master would rarely appear in the Inheritance War. After all, even first-class forces didn't have many peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. If one of them died in the Inheritance War, it would be a big loss for those forces. However, Xiang Chu and Nan Sheng obviously hated Yang Kai to the extreme, so in the face of Yang Zhao's request, they readily agreed. These two masters had only been in Yang Kai's house for about a month. Their original intention was to prepare for a rainy day and suppress the evil demon masters who were targeting Yang Kai's house, but now they had come in handy. Although Ingjiu was a young family blood warrior and his strength was also at the Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage, two peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters should be enough to contain him, right? Regarding this battle, no matter who it was, everyone was full of confidence. None of them could have imagined that the current Ingjiu was already a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. More and more people were sent out to investigate the surrounding situation, all of them holding their breaths and restraining their auras as they waited quietly. A day later, there was finally news. About 100 people were approaching this place. In about an hour, they would arrive here. Kang Zhan's expression shook as he shouted, "Everyone, if we can eliminate Yang Kai here, after returning to the house, second young lord will definitely look upon us in a new light. I hope all of you will not underestimate this enemy." Everyone nodded. "Should we launch a sneak attack?" Chiu Rua asked excitedly. Kang Zhan glanced over at him and frowned, shaking his head. "Our scouts were able to discover them, so they must have also discovered us. How can we launch a sneak attack? Let's fight openly. I want Yang Kai to regret offending me." Nan Sheng grinned, his yuan qi rising fiercely. "That's right, we'll go out and fight openly. After today, there will no longer be a Yang Kai in the Inheritance War." Kang Zhan shouted, "Let's go." 30 kilometers away, Yang Kai's expression was gloomy, unable to figure out where he had gone wrong. Yang Zhao had only been able to infer his actions based on the movements of Bamboo Knot Gang's sect master Pang Qi, so how could Yang Kai have known? When he discovered that someone was spying on them from a distance, he immediately realized that something was wrong. The other party had been able to block his path back so clearly, obviously they knew where he was going. It was impossible for Pang Qi to betray him. He should still be in Chiu Yimeng's house, and Chiu Yimeng wouldn't have leaked this information. The problem lay with the other members of the Bamboo Knot Gang. In an instant, Yang Kai came to a conclusion. It seemed that he would have to clean up after returning. However, even so, Yang Kai didn't regret his actions. If he could choose again, he would still choose to come out and greet the High Heaven Pavilion people. All for the sake of meeting Su Yan earlier. Perceiving the change in Yang Kai's mood, Su Yan couldn't help asking, "What's wrong?" Yang Kai smiled slightly and shook his head. "Nothing, there's just someone blocking the way." Su Yan's face immediately became gloomy. Last time, she and Yang Kai had agreed to travel the world hand in hand, but Qiu Yimeng had disrupted their plans, causing them to be separated for more than a year. This time, she had only just reunited with Yang Kai, but now she had run into trouble again. Su Yan hated these people who disrupted her time with Yang Kai. Who's blocking the way? The several High Heaven Pavilion martial uncles behind suddenly became nervous. It's probably my second brother's people. Yang Kai took a deep breath. Yang Wei shouldn't have done such a thing, nor did he have the capital to do so. Inferring, the people blocking the way should be Yang Zhao's subordinates. Several martial uncles, there may be a fight. You don't need to worry about me, just protect the sect's disciples. Can't we avoid them? The current strength of High Heaven Pavilion's people was too weak, so the several martial uncles were obviously fighting. They came prepared, we can't avoid them. Yang Kai shook his head helplessly, his heart filled with annoyance. Chapter 508. Even though High Heaven Pavilion was only a second-class sect, it still had several thousand disciples. However, after the last calamity, only 100 or so disciples remained loyal to the sect. Although there were still many people in High Heaven Pavilion, their loyalty to the sect was obviously not as good as the disciples here. These people were the foundation of High Heaven Pavilion's revival. They absolutely could not suffer any more losses. The news of a possible battle quickly spread, and although many of the High Heaven Pavilion disciples were somewhat surprised, none of them showed any fear. On the contrary, people like Sassafras actually showed some excitement. They had been hiding from the wind and waves for more than a year, and they had had enough of hiding. Now that they had Kai Yang's protection, they naturally didn't need to fear anything. Instead, they felt a little ignorant, because they didn't know what kind of enemy they were about to face. Yang Kai's brow furrowed. Yang Kai sending people to intercept them was completely beyond his expectations. Since the other party dared to do this, they must be confident they could at least delay Jiao. This meant that the other party had a peak immortal ascension boundary master. However, the other party sending such a large number of people would certainly not be able to hide from Qiu Yimeng's spies. Perhaps, the people from his residence were also rushing over here. Considering all this, Yang Kai suddenly felt relieved. Moreover, this wasn't a dead end. They had probably misjudged Jiao's true strength. Now that he had reached the immortal ascension boundary 9th stage, his combat power was much greater than before. They didn't know his true strength, and there was also the variable Su Yan. If Yang Zhao's manpower was based on the previous situation, then this time was a good opportunity. But soon, Yang Kai found that he had underestimated Yang Zhao's fear of him. Suddenly, a dense crowd of people appeared in front of him. Yang Kai swept the crowd with his divine sense and couldn't help smiling bitterly. The other party had dispatched at least 7 forces. Among them, Yang Kai recognized 4 of them, the Qiu family and Kong family of the central capital, as well as the Xiang family and Nan family of the first-class forces. It could be said that this was a group of well-trained people. At first glance, seeing so many people, the High Heaven Pavilion members couldn't help but be surprised. They hadn't expected the other side to have so many people. The martial uncles were even more shocked. They instantly understood how important Yang Kai was to the enemy. In order to capture him, they didn't hesitate to send so many people, so many experts. In the wilderness, the two groups of people collided. They were separated by a distance of over 300 meters as they looked at each other from afar. 2 pairs of venomous eyes swept over. Following their gazes, Yang Kai rushed towards Xiang Chu and Nan Sheng and sneered. Qiu Zirua's expression was complicated as he stared at the fearless Yang Kai, not knowing what to think. Kang Zhan, on the other hand, remained calm. On the other hand, many of the others were pointing at Su Yan, who was standing beside Yang Kai. Such a person with such a tranquil temperament was naturally very eye-catching. Looking at her, whether man or woman, old or young, all of them couldn't help feeling a sense of inferiority, Even the two young lords from the central capital felt the same. It wasn't that they hadn't seen beautiful women before. With their identity and status, they could have as many as they wanted. However, Su Yan's temperament made them feel that even they weren't qualified to associate with her. On the contrary, when Yang Kai stood next to her, it was as if they were a perfect match. Thinking so, Qiu Zirua and Kang Zhan's faces couldn't help going black. They didn't think they were any worse than Yang Kai. Lightly coughing, Kang Zhan cupped his fists and shouted, "Ninth young lord, it's been a long time." "Brother Kang." Yang Kai nodded lightly, his expression calm. "Is my second brother not here?" "Second young lord is busy. This time it was me and brother Qiu who were entertaining ninth young lord. I hope ninth young lord can be magnanimous." Yang Kai sneered and stepped forward, proudly saying, "My second brother didn't come personally and instead sent you two here to be scapegoats." Kang Zhan's face sank as he coldly said, "Ninth young lord, brother Qiu and I are friends. You don't need to speak so harshly, right? I and you too have some kind of friendship?" Yang Kai tilted his head and chuckled, "How come I don't remember?" With Kang Zhan and Qiu Zirua, it could be said that Yang Kai didn't have any communication with them. The former, on the other hand, had a few drinks with him not long after returning to the central capital, but they ended up parting on bad terms. As for Qiu Zirua, he hadn't even spoken to him. Kang Zhan let out a sigh of relief and shouted, "Since ninth young lord says so, this Kang won't waste any more words. We really don't have any kind of friendship. Let's see who's the real deal. If you offend me in any way, you can only blame yourself for ninth young lord's bad luck." Likewise, Kang Zhan continued, "Before we left, second young lord told us that if ninth young lord was willing to surrender, we shouldn't embarrass you, so as not to harm your brotherly relationship. So this Kang still has to ask, regarding second young lord's good intentions, is ninth young lord willing to accept?" Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. "You already know, why bother asking?" "Good." Kang Zhan nodded firmly. "Why bother talking nonsense with him? The masters from my Xiang and Nen families will hold back Jiu. The rest of us will rush up and capture him." Nansheng's eyes flashed with anger, wishing he could defeat Yang Kai right now and thoroughly humiliate him in order to vent the resentment in these bastards' hearts. Kang Zhan's brow wrinkled, but he didn't say anything. He knew that Nansheng's resentment towards Yang Kai was quite deep. Moreover, this was exactly what he planned to do. Although Yang Kai had brought a lot of people with him, only a few of them had reached the immortal ascension boundary, so the people from High Heaven Pavilion were nothing in Kang Zhan's eyes. Just as he was about to give the order, Yang Kai's voice called out again, "Brother Kang, how about we discuss this?" "What's the matter?" Kang Zhan frowned. "In this battle, only Jiu and I will fight. If you can defeat me and Jiu, then you'll have earned a great merit in front of my second brother." Listening to him say this, Kang Zhan and Qiu Zirua couldn't help staring at him in disbelief. They hadn't expected that Yang Kai didn't intend to use the 100 or so helpers he had brought with him. Although those 100 or so people were nothing in Kang Zhan's eyes, if they really fought, they would definitely be able to cause some losses to his side. So when he heard Yang Kai's proposal, Kang Zhan subconsciously thought that Yang Kai wanted to play some kind of trick and hesitated. On Yang Kai's side, the several High Heaven Pavilion martial uncles and martial seniors all expressed their willingness to lend a hand. Even if they had to die in battle, they couldn't just stand by and watch, all of them resolute. You can't afford to lose anything. Yang Kai shook his head and refused their good intentions, his expression dignified. "I am a young family member, they won't dare kill me. If they can't beat me, I can run, they can't do anything to me. But if you go up and suffer casualties, how can I explain this to Grand Master? Martial uncles and martial seniors don't have to help, but I will." Su Yan stared at Yang Kai firmly. Yang Kai looked at her, pondered for a moment, and then nodded. Su Yan's strength was the same as his own, so he couldn't judge her based on her cultivation. On top of that, if she dual cultivated with him and fought side by side, there may be some unexpected effects. Su Yan smiled, "Brother Kang, I've changed my mind. I have 3 people on my side, me, Jiu, and my senior sister Su Yen. Yang Kai shouted casually, "Defeat us and I'll withdraw from the inheritance war." Kang Zhan was still trying to guess what Yang Kai was planning to do, but when he heard this, his expression became strange. He felt that Yang Kai really did have such a plan and wasn't trying to play some kind of trick. It seems that those people are very important to Yang Kai, even making him want to protect them. Nanxing grinned, his aura becoming dangerous, like a cold viper as he stared towards the High Heaven Pavilion group. Xiang Chu also sneered to the side. Kang Zhan frowned and asked, "Ninth young lord, can you tell me why?" "No reason." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "These people are my sect's martial uncles and brothers and sisters. If any of them were to be injured, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to control myself, and if I were to kill them, if I were to kill you and young Master Chiu, you wouldn't be able to return to War City and would have no way to explain to the Kang family and Chiu family." Evil Sect's High Heaven Pavilion? Kang Zhan and Chiu Zirua's expressions changed, suddenly understanding what sect these 100 or so people belonged to, a trace of dread appearing in their hearts. High Heaven Pavilion couldn't be treated the same as other second-class sects. It was a sect that had produced a demon lord. "This proposal is good for both you and me. How about Brother Kong consider it carefully?" Yang Kai urged. "Young Lord Kong, don't agree." Nanxing licked his lips as he gloomily stared at the group. Evil sect's people can be killed by anyone. Who knows when a new demon lord will appear among these people? Killing all of them now would be a good precaution. "I think so too." Xiang Chu nodded in agreement. Kang Zhan glanced over at them and snorted, knowing that they wanted to take advantage of the situation. Yang Kai had already made his intentions clear, yet they still wanted to counterattack Yang Kai, obviously wanting him to suffer in order to avenge their past grievances. Chiu Zirua shook his head and said, "Brother Kong, I don't think there's anything wrong with agreeing. In this situation, we have the absolute advantage. At the right time, we can sell him a favor. I don't think Second Young Lord is willing to go too far." In Chiu Zirua's opinion, capturing Yang Kai this time was already a foregone conclusion, without any suspense. Since that was the case, there was no need to really provoke him. Killing the 100 or so people from High Heaven Pavilion wouldn't help them win the inheritance war. It would only make Yang Kai bear a grudge against everyone here. Chiu Zirua didn't want to be targeted by Yang Kai. After all, he was a somewhat unruly man. Hearing this, Kang Zhan nodded gently. "What Brother Chiu says makes sense." Nanxing and Xiang Chu glanced at each other and couldn't help seeing the annoyance in each other's hearts. In front of them was a perfect opportunity to retaliate against Yang Kai, but they didn't have the right to choose, so naturally they were feeling depressed. "Ninth Young Lord, I agree." Kang Zhan shouted loudly, "This battle won't affect your sect's people, provided they don't intervene, otherwise, they'll be responsible for their own deaths." "Of course." Yang Kai gently sighed and smiled. "In fact, I'm doing this for your own good." Chapter 509. Listening to Yang Kai's words, even Kang Zhan, who had a good temper, couldn't help coldly snorting, shameless boasting. Agreeing to his proposal was nothing more than not wanting to annoy him. In Kang Zhan's opinion, he was simply giving him face, but now the other party was actually saying it was for his own good. Naturally, he was annoyed by this kind of excuse of waiting for an advantage and pretending to be obedient. Not bothering with this, Kang Zhan waved his hand. "Brother Xiang, Brother Nan, send your people out." Xiang Chu and Nanxing nodded, and in the next moment, 2 streaks of light shot out from the crowd. Their speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they had arrived in front of Yang Kai and the others. One of these 2 was from the Xiang family while the other was from the Nan family, both old men at the peak immortal ascension boundary. If it weren't for Xiang Chu and Nanxing asking for help from their families, the Xiang and Nan family wouldn't have sent them to participate in the inheritance war. Without any hesitation, the 2 of them immediately attacked Ingjiu. Ferocious attacks filled the air as they flew towards Ingjiu, intending to severely injure him. 2 peak immortal ascension boundary masters attacking at the same time was truly extraordinary. In just a moment, all the High Heaven Pavilion members felt like they were about to fall apart. This unparalleled power seemed to have created a vortex that sucked in all of their lives. Everyone was shocked, their faces pale. Under such overwhelming power, the High Heaven Pavilion members couldn't even muster up the will to resist. Nan Sheng and Xiang Chu both sneered proudly, secretly looking forward to the moment when Ing Jiao would be forced to use his Mad Tyrant blood skill. Ing Jiao's expression remained indifferent, and just as this violent attack was about to reach him, he suddenly disappeared. The masters from the Xiang and Nen families were startled, instantly losing their target. Immediately, a sense of foreboding filled their hearts. Hurriedly retreating, a murderous intent quietly approached them from behind. A silhouette so fast that the naked eye could not see it clearly was waving two daggers that flickered with cold light, coming from behind to attack. Shadow dancing kill. The void was filled with violent energy, and ripples spread out in all directions like ripples that were created when something was thrown into a lake. Xiang Chu and Nan Sheng's proud expressions instantly froze, their eyes trembling violently as they stared at the sky in disbelief. Kang Zhan and Qiu Zirua were also stunned. Everyone shuddered at the strength Ing Jiao had displayed. Yang Kai chuckled and said lightly, "Martial uncles, please lead the brothers back a little." The several martial uncles and martial uncles seemed to have awoken from a dream. In the midst of a battle between three peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, they instantly understood that even if they joined the fray, they would only be able to cause more unnecessary deaths, so they quickly led everyone away. Only Yang Kai and Su Yan were left standing side by side. A gust of wind blew past, sweeping up Su Yan's long hair, covering half of her face. Turning her head, she and Yang Kai exchanged a glance, both of them smiling knowingly. Swish, swish, swish. In the sky, the three people fighting fiercely separated and looked at each other. Ing Jiao was the same as before, his expression indifferent, his body unscathed. On the contrary, the faces of the masters from the Xiang and Nen families were ashen. Many of their robes were torn, and although they weren't injured, this battle made everyone realize that Ing Jiao was no longer the same Ing Jiao as before. It also made them realize just how terrifying the combat power of the Yang family blood warriors was. Invincible within the same realm, fighting above one's realm was a common occurrence. This was the Yang family blood warrior. Two isn't enough. Ing Jiao gripped his two daggers in both hands, faintly shaking his head towards the two masters from the Xiang and Nen families. These words irritated the two masters, causing their expressions to become even uglier. Brother Kang, Ing Jiao seems to have broken through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage. Qiu Zirua also saw the situation had taken a turn for the worse. In their original plan, with two peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters entangled with Ing Jiao, as long as they lost this powerful ally, the rest of them would be able to capture Yang Kai. But now, Si Yang was actually an Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage Ing Jiao, ruining their original plan. If two isn't enough, then send more people up. Kang Zhan was also stunned for a moment before coldly saying. Qiu Zirua nodded, nodding to several masters in his camp who immediately flew up and stood behind the two masters from the Xiang and Nen families. Two Immortal Ascension 8th stage and two Immortal Ascension 7th stage masters. In addition to the two Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage masters from before, a total of 6 people were confronting Ing Jiao, but Ing Jiao's expression remained unchanged. Instead, the 4 masters who had just stepped up looked uneasy. Still not enough. Ing Jiao shook his head. You want to restrain me? Send more people. Kang Zhan and Qiu Zirua's expression became cold, secretly thinking that this Ing Jiao was too arrogant. Even if he was a Yang family blood warrior, even if he was an Immortal Ascension 9th stage master, in the end, he was still just one person. Mad Tyrant blood skill. Ing Jiao suddenly shouted, his vitality madly rising, his yuan qi also fluctuating violently. Everyone's expression changed greatly, never having expected Ing Jiao to so decisively use the Blood Warrior's forbidden technique. This was a secret technique that forcibly increased one's vitality at the cost of one's own vitality. Every time it was used, a Blood Warrior's lifespan would be greatly reduced. Therefore, The young family blood warriors, no matter how strong they were, generally didn't have long lifespans. In the blink of an eye, Ing Jiu's aura changed, his previous indifferent aura becoming extremely violent, his entire exposed skin becoming as red as a roasted crab, a terrifying red. Shua. Ing Jiu seemed to move, but also didn't, but the masters who were confronting him were all shocked, all of them involuntarily retreating a few steps. The sound of blood splashing rang out, and a moment later, an Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage Master who hadn't even had time to exchange a single blow with Ing Jiu suddenly fell from the sky with a dull look on his face. From his throat, blood spurted out like a fountain, and before he even hit the ground, his entire body exploded into a bloody mist, not even his bones remaining. A chill rose from the bottom of everyone's heart, causing them to shiver. Do you think it's enough? Ing Jiu twirled the 2 daggers in his hands, his fingers dancing gracefully like butterflies, emitting a despairing aura of death. If you think it's enough, then I'll kill you all. As soon as his voice fell, the Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th Stage Masters from the Xiang and Nen families shouted, "Be careful!" At the same time, all of them stepped forward, summoned their most prized artifacts, and displayed their best methods, sending out a violent wave of energy. Ing Jiu's figure shuttled back and forth in this wave of energy, like a lone boat in the midst of a violent storm, rising and falling but never sinking. All Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Masters, go! Kang Zhan no longer dared to underestimate Ing Jiu. With his Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th Stage strength and his Mad Tyrant blood skill, Ing Jiu was already capable of exchanging blows with an above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. The few people standing in front of him weren't enough to contain him. Kang Zhan immediately issued an order for reinforcements. Asterisk schwa 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 asterisk from the crowd, 4 or 5 figures appeared one after another, all of them Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Cultivator, the number of people these 7 forces could gather. With the addition of these people, Ing Jiu's leisurely demeanor finally stagnated for a moment, but it still couldn't stop his strange pace. He was like an indestructible sharp blade. Wherever the 2 daggers slashed, there would be panic in the hearts of the people there. Ing Jiu, who was proficient in concealment and assassination, in this one versus many situation, actually held the complete dominance, his figure constantly flickering, causing everyone to feel as if a big stone had been lifted from their hearts, not daring to relax in the slightest. It's still not enough. Kang Zhan's eyes flashed a look of despair, but just as he finished speaking, the only remaining Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage Master in the sky let out a scream and fell to the ground. "Elder!" someone exclaimed. This person was from one of the 7 forces. His force wasn't too strong, so the loss of an Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage Master was not a small blow to the entire force. Glancing around, the Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage Master's 2 arms had suddenly been separated from his body as he fell, the place where his severed arms had been severed from his body, blood spurting out from them. "Send more people!" Kang Zhan's face went pale as he continued to order. The several Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage Masters in the crowd glanced at each other before helplessly rushing forward. With the addition of these people, Ing Jiu's movements were truly restrained, no longer being able to act as freely as before. With his own strength, he was able to pin down 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th Stage Masters, 6 Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Masters, and 5 Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage Masters. The strength of the young family blood warriors had exceeded everyone's expectations. Even Ing Jiu himself was quite surprised. Before his breakthrough, he had often imagined how much his strength would increase after he broke through. He had also accurately estimated that after his breakthrough, his Mad Tyrant blood skill might be able to pin down some masters, but it was absolutely impossible for him to face so many of them now. Such a number and level of masters had greatly exceeded Ing Jiu's original estimation of himself. He didn't understand why, but he knew that he had done just that. Although it was somewhat difficult for him to cope with this situation, he wouldn't have to worry about his life in the short term. Was it because of the mysterious grade pills produced in the pill room? Ing Jiu didn't know, But all he could do now was exert his strength to the greatest extent possible and reduce the burden on Yang Kai as much as possible. Looking at Ing Jiao, who seemed to be struggling, Kang Zhan and Qiu Ziro couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. This situation was something they had never imagined before, so they secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, the second young lord had prepared ahead of time and had allowed the two of them to bring so many people. If the two of them had followed their original proposal, they probably wouldn't have been able to deal with Ing Jiao alone, let alone capture Yang Kai. The second young lord was truly far-sighted. At this moment, both Kang Zhan and Qiu Zirua couldn't help feeling a trace of admiration for Yang Zhao. "It's our turn." Kang Zhan took a deep breath and turned his eyes to Yang Kai, who had been standing in place all this time. Ing Jiao had already been pinned down, so all that was left was to capture Yang Kai. Although most of the masters had been sent out, Kang Zhan was still confident in capturing Yang Kai. After all, he and Qiu Zirua each had 2 immortal Ascension 5th stage masters from the 8 great families as well as many from the other forces. With such a lineup, Kang Zhan didn't believe they couldn't capture Yang Kai. Chapter 5:10. It's our turn. Yang Kai withdrew his gaze from the sky and softly said to Su Yan. Su Yan nodded slightly, brushing her hair back behind her ear as she smiled. "This seems to be the 3rd time we've fought side by side." "3 times? Yang Kai was stunned. "Did you forget?" Su Yan turned her head and glanced at him. "The first time was in the Heaven's Cave Inheritance, when you saved my life. The second time was under the Coiling Dragon Stream, when you brought up the rear. This is the 3rd time. Does the first time count?" "Of course it counts." Su Yan smiled happily and whispered, "You helped me the first 2 times, but this time, I'll help you." Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her, chuckling and nodding. "Good." Seeing the two of them whispering to each other, seemingly flirting with each other, Kang Zhan and Qiu Zirua couldn't help feeling their noses become crooked. They felt like they had been completely underestimated. Waving their hands coldly, the 4 Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Masters from the Kang and Qiu families stepped forward to meet Yang Kai and Su Yan. Their movements were neither fast nor slow, and their expressions were indifferent. It was obvious that they had full confidence in capturing Kai Yang. The 1,000-meter distance between them was quickly closed. The smile on Yang Kai's face gradually converged as he stared at the 4 approaching masters with a dignified expression. These 4 were not ordinary Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Masters. They were Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from the 8 great families, each of them possessing extraordinary means. "I should be able to deal with 1.5. Su Yan wrinkled her brow, also feeling a lot of pressure from these 4 masters. "I'm about the same." Yang Kai nodded gently, relying on his own strength. He could only accomplish this much, but if he used all of his means, he might not be able to. The 4 masters arrived a few dozen meters in front of Yang Kai and stopped, politely cupping their fists and greeting him. "Ninth young lord, please excuse us. Life or death is your own responsibility." Yang Kai grinned. His arrogant words caused the 4 people's faces to darken. One of them coldly shouted, "Ninth young master, just make your move." Before he had even finished speaking, Yang Kai and Su Yan both moved at the same time. One was as hot as the sun, while the other was as cold as ice. 2 completely different energies burst out at the same time. There was no prior communication, no verbal connection, only a spiritual bond, allowing the 2 of them to see through each other's thoughts. A fiery red yuan qi rushed towards them like a raging inferno, enveloping the 4 of them. Perceiving the power contained in this pure and surging yuan qi, all 4 of them couldn't help but frown. Only now did they realize that the reason Yang Kai was able to tie with Lu Qingyao that day was not because Lu Qingyao wanted to let him win. He had the strength and capital to do so. Behind the raging flames, sharp icicles lined up like swords, emitting ear-piercing whistling sounds as they shot towards the 4 people. Tens of thousands of icicles, densely packed together, were like a swarm of locusts, unstoppable, and filled the air with a bone-chilling chill, leaving the 4 people with no way to advance or retreat. Each icicle contained an extremely cold qi, and its impact was extremely shocking. These icicles were condensed from the ice chi in her body, and even the immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from the 8 great families didn't dare underestimate them. As soon as Su Yan made a move, it was clearly extraordinary. On the contrary, Yang Kai's hot yuan chi seemed insignificant in comparison. Of the 4 people, 2 didn't move, but the other 2 let out a deep roar at the same time. 7 colored lights shot out from their bodies, forming a thin film in front of them. When the hot true chi and icicles hit them, they were all blocked. Not only that, but the 2 of them also stretched out their hands and sent out a burst of powerful chi, shattering the overwhelming icicles. Yang Kai and Su Yan's first joint attack had been completely ineffective. Just as the 4 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters relaxed their vigilance, the hot yuan chi and ice chi that had been blocked suddenly underwent an unexpected and mysterious fusion. The attacks that had been blocked for a moment and were about to be annihilated suddenly surged like a tide, pressing in with even more intensity. Compared to before, they were more aggressive and more intimidating. The 4 people's expressions changed greatly, and the 2 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters who hadn't yet taken action also hurriedly used their own methods. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk like a tidal wave, each attack stronger than the last. The 7-colored defensive film in front of the 4 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters was shattered, and a cold and hot energy enveloped them, making them thoroughly understand what it meant to be tortured by ice and fire. Kang Zhan and Qiu Zirua watched this scene in a daze. The scene in front of them immediately made them realize how big the gap between them and Yang Kai was, and they couldn't help feeling a deep sense of powerlessness. Facing Lu Qingyao, they could still think of catching up, hoping that one day they would be able to catch up to him. But facing Yang Kai, they couldn't bring themselves to do so and could only look up at him from behind. This sense of cowardice and inferiority made Kang Zhan angry, shouting angrily, "Don't show mercy, the 9th young lord won't die so easily." The 4 masters who were resisting the impact of the hot and cold energy all wore cold expressions and no longer held back, madly condensing their strength, and with a roar, they tore open a gap in the ice and fire barrier and leapt out, using all their martial skills and artifacts to greet Yang Kai. Yang Kai had just summoned his bone shield and swallowed a few attacks, but before he had time to counterattack, the 2 masters from the Kang family had already closed in. At such a close distance, the bone shield was unable to absorb enough energy to counterattack. Accompanied by 2 loud roars, Yang Kai sent out his white tiger seal and divine ox seal, fiercely tearing at the 2 masters. Gaining a little time to catch his breath, Yang Kai quickly opened up some distance between himself and the 2 masters, glancing over at Su Yan and quickly discovering that she was being entangled by the 2 masters from the Qiu family. Yang Kai and Su Yan both cultivated the yin-yang joyous unification art, which allowed the 2 of them to display extraordinary strength when fighting side by side, but the other 4 had obviously noticed this at a glance, which was why they had separated him and Su Yan in an attempt to defeat them one by one. If they really fought like this, with the bone shield's protection, there wouldn't be any problems. No matter how powerful these 4's methods were, they wouldn't be able to hurt him, but Su Yan would be in imminent danger. Yang Kai wanted to help and join up with Su Yan, but the 2 masters from the Kang family continued to entangle Yang Kai, not leaving his side. There shouldn't be a problem. Seeing that the situation was good, Kang Zhan finally relaxed and nodded lightly. Qiu Zirua also secretly wiped his cold sweat and smiled bitterly. "I didn't expect 9th young lord's methods to be so amazing. He's strong, I can understand that, but who is that woman? How is she so strong?" Kang Zhan stared at Su Yan, a puzzled look on his face. "That woman is definitely the most important one to Yang Kai." Nanxing grinned meaningfully, his expression becoming somewhat restless. Since he wanted to retaliate against Yang Kai, naturally he wanted to teach him the most profound and painful lesson. If this woman was accidentally killed by the 2 masters from the Qiu family, that would be interesting. Nanxing was secretly looking forward to it. Although he knew it was unlikely to happen, he couldn't help thinking so. He even wondered if he should intervene and create some kind of unexpected situation. However, when he saw the tyrannical strength of this woman, Nanxing still felt a little discouraged. His strength wasn't high, so even if he went up, it would be useless. Young Lord Nan, this time we're only here to capture Yang Kai, Kang Zhan saw through his thoughts and warned. Haha, I know, Nanxing nodded. While they were talking, the 4 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters began suppressing Yang Kai and Su Yen more and more. The masters from a superforce were really different. Even if there were only 2 immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Masters, Yang Kai was still able to suppress them. Between the 2 of them, he couldn't rush to Su Yan's aid, nor could he release the energy in his bone shield to counterattack, so he could only passively defend. Seeing that the situation on Su Yan's side was getting worse and worse, Yang Kai's expression gradually became cold. The bone shield in his hand that had been acting as a defensive shield suddenly disappeared and was replaced by an antique-looking mirror. This mirror exuded a bone-chilling aura, and on its surface there was even a faint snowy white image. A dangerous aura spread out from the mirror. Realizing that something was wrong, the 2 masters from the Kang family both paled and rushed towards Yang Kai, trying to interfere with his actions. But it was too late. Suddenly, a ripple spread out from the mirror. As the ripple spread, an icy chill instantly enveloped this part of the world. An incomparably huge, snowy barrier suddenly appeared, enveloping Yang Kai, Su Yen, and the 4 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from the Kang family and Chiu family. A mysterious grade artifact. Kang Zhan exclaimed. Looking around, he couldn't see anything but the white snow around him. Inside the enchantment on the ground, there was only wind and snow that filled the sky. Just by looking at it, one could not help but feel a bone-piercing chill, let alone being inside it. A few strange peaks were faintly discernible within the barrier, and they were covered in a silvery white color. How could it be a mysterious grade artifact? Kang Zhan's face went pale. Although he knew that Yang Kai had another mysterious grade artifact in addition to his bone shield, he had never expected it to be of this type. When such an artifact was summoned, it was tantamount to isolating the 2 sides inside the barrier, making it impossible for them to come out until a winner was decided. As the owner of this artifact, Yang Kai undoubtedly had an absolute advantage in this battle. The attributes of this artifact seemed to be the same as that woman's secret art. In an instant, Kang Zhan realized that the situation wasn't good. The power of a mysterious grade artifact was something he had experienced deeply. As the young lord of one of the central capital's 8 great families, he naturally had a mysterious grade artifact on him. Hurry up and break the defenses of this artifact. Kang Zhan instantly ordered, leading a group of people with Qiu Zirua to quickly rush forward. Inside the silvery white world, Yang Kai and Su Yen finally reunited. Looking around at the snowy white scenery and the towering ice mountains, Su Yen couldn't help taking a deep breath, her full breasts bouncing up and down as a look of excitement appeared on her face. Being in this place, she felt like she was in heaven, her yuan qi circulating several times faster than usual. Chapter 511. As soon as this mirror-shaped mysterious grade artifact was summoned, Su Yan's aura underwent an earth-shattering change. She was obviously standing right next to Yang Kai, but in the eyes of the 4 masters from the Kang family and Chiu family, she seemed to be everywhere. In other words, this woman, at this moment, had become one with this mysterious grade artifact, inseparable. The 4 masters paled, unable to understand why this was happening. This mysterious grade artifact was clearly taken out by Yang Kai. How could this woman produce such a resonance with this artifact? This phenomenon was also noticed by Yang Kai and Su Yen, both of them exchanging a glance with each other, seeing the excitement in each other's eyes. Before using this mirror artifact, Yang Kai had not expected such an effect. But now he understood. He and Su Yen both cultivated the joyous unification art, so their bodies and minds were bound together. The artifacts he refined could, to a certain extent, be used by Su Yen. Correspondingly, the artifacts Su Yen refined could also be used by Yang Kai. It was equivalent to the 2 of them sharing each other's artifacts. In particular, this ice attribute artifact was very compatible with Su Yan's Yuan Qi attribute. It could be said that it was tailor-made for her. Su Yan could fully utilize the functions of this artifact, something even Yang Kai could not do. After all, Yang Kai's Yuan Qi attribute was completely opposite to this artifact's. When Yang Kai had obtained this artifact at Pajing Lake, it was only because he felt that its grade might be relatively high, an unintentional action that had led to the current situation. It's a barrier-type artifact. One of the Kong family masters observed the surroundings, his expression becoming dignified. The others also nodded. They were all knowledgeable people, so naturally they could see the tyrannical nature of this artifact at a glance. The periphery of this artifact was covered by a layer of barriers, creating a territory suitable for battle. Without breaking this barrier, it was impossible to break through the blockade of this artifact. However, wanting to break through this barrier was definitely not an easy task, especially under the watchful eyes of Yang Kai and Su Yan. How could the four of them dare to act rashly? The chilly wind whistled, the ground was covered with a thick layer of snow, and the sky was still constantly sprinkling snow like goose feathers. Even the Yuan Qi seemed to be frozen. The four masters madly circulated their secret arts, but they were still unable to resist the erosion of the cold. In just a moment, their hair, beards, and clothes were all covered in frost. "How do you feel?" Yang Kai did not pay any attention to the four masters and instead asked Su Yan. "My strength has increased. I feel like I'm to the point of omnipotence." Su Yan lightly breathed in the cold air, but to her, it was to no avail. Su Yan, Yang Kai, and Yang Kai. To her, to him, to say, to her to him, to her, to him, she was to him. Yang Kai laughed. "Good, then this artifact will be yours to use from now on." Su Yan nodded lightly, not showing any intention of refusing. Accepting a gift from her man was a matter of course. The conversation between the two reached the ears of the four immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, causing them to suddenly become displeased. Although this mysterious grade artifact was amazing, they were not mediocre. How could they be so willing to be despised by two juniors? "I'll try," Su Yan said softly, waving her hand casually towards the four masters. The cold wind suddenly became even colder, causing the faces of the four masters to change. Although they still stood firmly in place, under the howling cold wind, their hair and beards began to form slender icicles at a speed visible to the naked eye. Fortunately, Qiu Zirua also had an artifact of the same grade, and the other cultivator were also frantically releasing their own attacks. After a series of attacks, the barrier seemed to show signs of weakening, allowing Kang Zhan to see some hope, shouting excitedly, "Don't stop, hurry up and break it open." The longer this battle dragged on, the more unfavorable it would be for his side. Most of the masters had already been sent out to contain Ingjiu. So if the four immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from the central capital 8 great families were also killed inside this barrier, Kang Zhan really couldn't think of any means to capture Yang Kai. Right now, Kang Zhan was more anxious than anyone else. Everyone was unceremoniously pouring out their Yuan Qi, only wanting to break open the semicircular barrier in front of them as quickly as possible. Suddenly, a few shouts came from not far away, causing Kang Zhan to be startled. Quickly turning his head to look, his face suddenly became livid as he shouted angrily, "Xiang Chu, Nansheng, what are you doing?" Over there, Xiang Chu and Nansheng had actually led the Xiang and Nan family forces to sneak over to where the High Heaven Pavilion group was. Since the start of the battle, these people had been standing here, quietly observing the situation as if Yang Kai and Kang Zhan had agreed, not intending to intervene in the battle. However, when everyone was attacking the barrier, Nansheng and Xiang Chu turned their attention to them. After a brief moment, they were discovered by Kang Zhan. Nansheng, who was facing off against the High Heaven Pavilion group, suddenly showed an impatient expression, ignoring Kang Zhan's questioning and shouting towards the High Heaven Pavilion group, "Obediently surrender, otherwise I'll make you suffer. I don't have time to play with you." The several martial uncles and grandmasters all wore ugly expressions as they stood in front of the young disciples. Although their hearts were filled with anger, they couldn't do anything about it, quickly asking, "Two friends, just now my martial nephew Yang reached an agreement with your leader, why do you still want to go back on your word?" Nanxing sneered, "What agreement? I don't know, but if you want to find someone who reached an agreement with Yang Kai, then go find them. Do you really think your high heaven pavilion is a tiger's ass that can't be touched? This young master will make a move today and see what Yang Kai can do to me." "Your Excellency, don't go too far." "Go too far?" Nanxing laughed. "Go tell that to Yang Kai and see if he knows what it means to go too far." Saying so, he coldly shouted, "Surround them, anyone who dares to resist, kill without question. Doesn't Yang Kai care about you? I'd like to see how much he cares about you." The people from the Nan family and Xiang family all rushed forward and surrounded the High Heaven Pavilion group, all of them glaring at Nansheng. The High Heaven Pavilion group was furious, and the younger generation disciples were even more enraged. Seeing that the situation was about to escalate into a fight between the two sides, Kang Zhan hurriedly rushed over and grabbed Nansheng's collar, gritting his teeth as he shouted, "What are you doing?" Nanxing didn't seem to care and just smiled lightly, reaching out and breaking Kang Zhan's grip, lightly saying, "Young Lord Kang, do you think the four masters from your Kang family and Chiu family can catch Yang Kai?" Kang Zhan frowned, his expression becoming unpleasant as he coldly snorted, "What does catching him have to do with what you're doing now?" "Naturally it has something to do with it." Nansheng's expression was calm, not showing the slightest tension. If those four people can't catch Yang Kai, this operation can basically be considered a failure. We've dispatched so many people, yet we can't even defeat 3 of them, if word of this spreads out. Hee hee, young Lord Kang, I don't need to explain what the consequences will be, right? What do you mean? Kang Zhan gradually calmed down. Just now, when he saw Nansheng and Xiang Chu acting against the High Heaven Pavilion group, he thought these two guys were going to start a massacre to vent their anger. Naturally, he was furious. First, Nansheng and Xiang Chu didn't put his orders in their eyes, and second, he didn't want to offend Yang Kai too much. However, since no one had died and no one had been injured, Kang Zhan was willing to listen to his explanation. Moreover, the current situation wasn't optimistic. If they really allowed Yang Kai to escape, they wouldn't be able to explain it to Yang Zhao. Their status wasn't as good as Yi Xan Rose, so if they were to do this, their status would likely be even lower in the future. Saying so, Yang Wei slowly stood up and threw away his disguise, revealing his true face. Does eldest young lord want to take action? Lu Qingyao squinted at him and asked faintly. N. Yang Wei nodded. As the Yang family's eldest young lord, I'll take action. Saying so, his figure flickered and he took the blood warriors around him and rushed towards the battlefield. Lu Qingyao was stunned for a moment before suddenly laughing. Eldest young lord is really a gentleman. Yang Wei said that he would take action as the Yang family's eldest young lord, not as the young lord of the inheritance war, which meant that he was only acting on his own behalf this time. He could have mobilized the troops in his house and taken this opportunity to launch a sneak attack on Yang Kai's mansion or join forces with the cultivator in Yang Kai's mansion to attack Yang Zhao. But he didn't do so. Obviously he didn't want to take advantage of this situation, which was worthy of Lu Qinyao's praise. A moment later, Yang Wei arrived at Yang Kai's side. When she saw him appear here, Qiu Yimeng immediately became vigilant, coldly asking, "Eldest young lord, why are you here?" Yang Wei saw her suspicion and fear but didn't answer, instead just nodding to the blood warrior beside him. The Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Blood Warrior immediately rushed down and entered the chaotic battlefield. Qiu Yimeng couldn't help blushing slightly. Many thanks for eldest young lord's help. Yang Wei simply nodded, not bothering to claim credit. This scene was also captured by Yang Kai's eyes and he couldn't help feeling a slight warmth in his heart, nodding to his eldest brother. The two brothers glanced at each other, understanding each other without words. Down below, Xiang Chu had been constantly provoking Yang Kai, trying to disturb Yang Kai's current state of mind. He didn't have the courage to rush up, so he could only use this despicable method to vent the uneasiness and anger in his heart. It would be best if he could destabilize Yang Kai's state of mind and cause him to fail his breakthrough. That was the scene he most desired to see. On Yang Kai's side, everyone's faces became ugly as they heard Xiang Chu's obscenities, but none of them could find the time to attack him, causing Xiang Chu to become more and more arrogant and unbridled. Yang Kai shot him a disgusted look before suddenly reaching out and taking out a small figure made of light blue hair and flicking it a few times. In the distance, among the crowd of onlookers, a petite woman wearing a black robe suddenly screamed, stretching out her hands and covering her forehead, looking towards the sky with an aggrieved and helpless expression. Up in the air, Yang Kai flicked his finger again. The woman no longer dared to hesitate and hurriedly rushed forward, shouting loudly, "I'm coming, stop." Hearing her exasperated voice, Yang Kai's movements also stopped. Qiu Yimeng was so embarrassed that she couldn't wait to find a hole to crawl into. In a moment of desperation, she pulled Luo Xiaoman over and blushed. She also had a part in it. Luo Xiaoman was about to cry, and for a moment she didn't know what to do. Ling Tai Su just laughed and didn't continue to pursue the matter. Qiu Yimeng finally understood that the other party didn't intend to settle accounts with her at all and was just casually speaking. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully before turning his head and glancing off into the distance, taking a deep breath and saying, "Second brother, I'll be taking my leave." On the other side, Yang Zhao's face was completely ashen, as if he had lost his soul. Even after Yang Kai and the others had all left, he still didn't show any reaction. Yang Wei glanced over at him and slowly shook his head, knowing in his heart that his second brother had suffered a terrible blow this time and probably wouldn't be able to accept such a result in a short time. Nan Sheng and Xiang Chu, he couldn't protect them. Yang Kai had killed them right in front of his mansion, right in front of his eyes. This was secondary. The charm and potential that Old Ninth had displayed this time was what made people feel the most terrified. Once someone fell into trouble, countless people would stand up for them, but who could do such a thing? Even when facing an above-immortal ascension boundary master, no one had taken a single step back from beginning to end. The cultivator in Yang Zhao's mansion wouldn't do such a thing for Yang Zhao, and Yang Wei felt that the people in his mansion wouldn't either. This time, it wasn't just Yang Zhao who had suffered a blow. Yang Wei had also suffered a severe blow, but in comparison, his ability to withstand such a blow wasn't bad. At least he hadn't collapsed directly. This inheritance war. Is it really necessary to continue? Yang Wei's expression, which had always been firm, suddenly became confused. After 8 to 9 months, from the looks of it, Old Ninth is far ahead in terms of methods, strength, aptitude, and connections. None of his other brothers were qualified to be compared to him. Perhaps, in the early days, his brothers were still ahead of Yang Kai and had more cultivator allies than him, but as time passed, his mansion had grown into a behemoth, and under his leadership, his cultivator allies had an unparalleled cohesive force. The Yang family needed such a person to be its patriarch. In the current environment and contrast in strength, there was really no need to continue the inheritance war. With a sigh, Yang Wei suddenly felt a little disheartened, saying goodbye to Lu Qingyao before hurriedly leaving with his blood warrior. "Second young lord, let's go back." The blood warrior who had fought with Tang Yuxian before pursed his lips and tried to persuade him. Yang Zhao remained motionless, his face extremely pale. "Second young lord, please forgive my sect for not being able to participate in this inheritance war." A young blood warrior walked up to Yang Zhao and said with a look of shame on his face. Nan Sheng and Xiang Chu had only wounded one of Yang Kai's subordinates before being killed. What was the point of participating in this inheritance war? Who would dare become an enemy of Yang Kai again? The two blood warriors' expression became cold, but just as they were about to open their mouths and shout, they suddenly restrained themselves. From their standpoint, the two blood warriors could understand how difficult it was for them to make such a choice. After such a long time of hard work, withdrawing at the last moment, not only would they not obtain any benefits, they would also be forced to bear the consequences of their actions. However, compared to their own lives, what did this matter? The two blood warriors could look down on them for being weak, but they couldn't accuse them of adding insult to injury. Exposing some of his strength and heritage was one thing, but the key point was that he had also aroused the vigilance of the 8 Grand Elders from the Seal Temple. This was not something Yang Kai wanted to see happen. "Huh, you're too careless." Qiu Yimeng also smiled bitterly. She and Yang Kai were both worried about this matter. The 8 great families and the demon race were like fire and water, so Yang Kai's evil side naturally made them fear him. Once someone from the 8 great families cultivated an evil secret art, they would either be directly destroyed or have their cultivation crippled. This time, Yang Kai being able to survive was thanks to Ling Tai Su and the others, not because Yang Li Ting cared about blood ties. It can't be hidden. Yang Kai shook his head. There are no walls in this world that don't let the wind out. Being able to hide for so long, Yang Kai was already very satisfied. According to the situation at that time, even if he hadn't become the demon race before, when he broke through to the immortal ascension boundary, the energy inside his unyielding golden skeleton would have erupted uncontrollably. At that time, the 8 Grand Elders would also know about this. How could that be? Meng Shan-yi was stunned. Yang Kai's performance in the Inheritance War could be said to be extremely strong, vowing to win. Ninth brother and I both hope to reach the peak of the martial Tao. Those who pursue their own achievements generally don't want to be the patriarch. The patriarch of the Yang family, although it seems to have infinite glory, in fact, it's filled with trivial matters. After reaching that point, how could one have time to cultivate? As far as I know, the biggest reason ninth brother participated in the inheritance war was to restore the name of his sect, High Heaven Pavilion. He seems to have reached an agreement with the patriarch that as long as he wins, High Heaven Pavilion's evil sect title will be removed and its former reputation restored. Just for this? Meng Shan-yi was dumbfounded. No matter how he thought about it, there was actually someone in this world who wasn't interested in power. That's right. Yang Wei nodded. I participated in the inheritance war because of the family's rules, but also because I wanted to hone myself. The position of patriarch isn't very important to me. Meng Shan-yi remained silent. From this point of view, the family choosing to support second brother is a wise decision. Although second brother's mentality has fluctuated greatly, compared to others, there is no doubt that he is more suitable to pursue power and sit on the patriarch seat. Yang Wei smiled, not showing the slightest care. Are you disappointed that your efforts so far have not been rewarded? Yang Wei glanced over at the silent Meng Shan. Meng Shan-yi shook his head gently. Being able to hear First Young Lord's thoughts is already an honor. Since First Young Lord doesn't want to be patriarch, Shan-yi must change his mentality. After a pause, he asked, then, should we cooperate with Second Young Lord? Yang Wei smiled. Since the Meng family sent a message, the 8 great families joining forces and the Yang family acquiescing, how can I refuse? You go and show your face, that's enough. From now on, this is no longer the inheritance war. It could be said that from the moment Yang Kai broke through to the immortal ascension boundary, the inheritance war should have come to an end. Now, with the inheritance war as the stage, the 8 great families would carry out some secret schemes. I understand. Meng Shan-yi nodded slightly, turned around, and prepared to go to Yang Zhao's house to contact his people. After Meng Shan-yi left, Yang Wei's expression became solemn. After thinking about it for a long time, he still couldn't figure out why his 9th brother was targeted to such an extent. In his heart, he couldn't help feeling sad for him. At the same time, in Yang Zhao's house, batch after batch of masters quickly gathered. These people had never shown up in the inheritance war before, but today, as if they had all agreed beforehand, they had all arrived. When the cultivator of Yang Zhao's forces saw these people, all of them were stunned. They found that many of these people were immortal ascension boundary 9th stage masters, with 7th or 8th stage masters abound. There were a total of 7 groups of people, each of them with a luxurious lineup. Those with good eyesight were able to see where these 7 groups of people came from. These people were all from the central capital's 8 great families. Except for the Yang family, who hadn't sent anyone, the other 7 families had all sent people. Among the 7 groups of people, a man and a woman glanced at each other and saw the helplessness and pain in each other's eyes. After a while, the man slowly walked over to the woman and nodded to her. The two of them found a secluded corner and looked at the scene of experts gathering together with a helpless expression. Of these 2 people, one was Hu Stars and the other was Chiu Yimeng. Chiu Yimeng didn't look back, just slowly shaking her head as she walked out. After Chiu Yimeng left, Huixing turned around and glared at Exen Ro coldly. Little girl, if something happens to Chiu Yimeng, you can just wait to be sold to the cheapest brothel. At that time, Anyone can taste your beauty, and within 3 or 5 months, you will become a pile of rotten meat that even wild dogs will disdain. Yi Xen-ro's eyes flashed coldly, but surprisingly she didn't get angry and instead giggled. Isn't young Lord Hua's worry unnecessary? How could elder sister Chiu have an accident? Do you really think the little lord would do anything to her? It seems that the little lord really has become the demon race and doesn't even recognize his own family. After a pause, she added, since young Lord Hua is so worried, let's go out and take a look, just in case. Kang Zhan and Gao Rangfeng couldn't help nodding, feeling that Yi Xen-ro's decision was the right one. None of them thought that Chiu Yimeng alone could defeat Yang Kai. Even if Yang Kai cared about their friendship, he wasn't a fool. How could he allow himself to be captured without putting up a fight? If they followed in case a fight broke out, they would be able to provide support. As they spoke, everyone stood up and walked out. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse, bathing the entire war city in a silver glow. In Yang Kai's mansion, the cultivator had calmed down from the shock of Chiu Yimeng and Huixing's departure. The mansion's current advantage was great. Even if Chiu Yimeng and Huixing had left, they still felt that in the inheritance war, Yang Kai would definitely win. However, Yang Kai had said during the day that he might become an enemy of the 8 great families, so they were a little worried. After all, they were all young people who would want to go against the 8 great families. This wasn't just a matter of themselves, but also a matter of the sect or family behind them. In the middle of the night, the mansion was quiet. Kai Yang, who was in the middle of meditating, suddenly opened his eyes shining brightly. Hurriedly getting up, he walked out. Just as he opened the door, the sound of fluttering clothes came from inside the mansion, and in the next moment, Ying Jiu, Old Demon, and Tang Yuxian appeared in front of him. Little Lord, Tang Yuxian called out. I know. Yang Kai's expression became cold. Call everyone up. Tang Yuxian quickly released her spiritual energy and enveloped the entire house. Perceiving this divine sense as a reminder and summon, the forces in the house quickly gathered. A sigh came from the side as a faintly discernible figure slowly appeared and a light blue-haired Shui Ling suddenly appeared. Ingjiu's eyes narrowed. Even now, he was extremely wary of this mysterious little girl. At such a young age, she had actually reached the immortal ascension boundary 8th stage and possessed a special constitution. If they were to fight one-on-one, Ingjiu believed she wasn't his opponent, but he also had no way to keep her here, even if he used his mad tyrant blood skill. It seems that Chiu Yimeng has brought people here. Shui Ling sighed faintly. What a pity, I got along quite well with her. Yang Kai, how did you and her end up like this? I don't know, don't ask me. Yang Kai said angrily. Since Shui Ling was aware of the identity of these people, how could Yang Kai not have noticed? The one leading this group was actually Chiu Yimeng, who had just left this morning. Accompanying her were more than 20 masters at the immortal ascension boundary 6th stage or above. Besides Chiu Yimeng's aura, everyone else was filled with murderous intent. Obviously, they were here to cause trouble for Yang Kai's mansion. Yang Kai didn't think Chiu Yimeng would do such a thing. After getting along with her for so long, Yang Kai understood her quite well. Chapter 545. Not far from the front of the house, Chiu Yimeng stood alone. 20 meters behind her, more than 20 immortal ascension boundary masters belonging to the Chiu family stood in a row. The pressure they exuded together was terrifying. After a moment of shock, Luo Xiaoman shouted in surprise, Elder Sister Chiu. As she shouted, she rushed out of the crowd towards Chiu Yimeng, her pair of large jade peaks bouncing up and down, a spectacular sight to behold. Of all the people present, she had the best relationship with Chiu Yimeng. The two of them, one was smart and capable while the other was confused and delicate. Their personalities complemented each other, so Chiu Yimeng was quite good to her and the two of them had a very close relationship. When Chiu Yimeng left this morning, Luo Xiaoman had cried for a long time, and even now her eyes were still red, her spirit still unable to recover. At this moment, seeing Chiu Yimeng return, Luo Xiaoman was happier than anyone else, her beautiful eyes filled with joy, like a lost child who had finally found her way home, hurriedly rushing forward. Qiu Yimeng's face held a trace of sadness, her expression indifferent. When the distance between the two of them was only about 5 meters, Qiu Yimeng gently raised her hand. A burst of light shot out from her hand and landed in front of Luo Xiaoman's feet. A cloud of dust flew up. Luo Xiaoman froze and stared blankly at Qiu Yimeng in front of her. "Don't come any closer, otherwise don't blame me for not showing mercy." Qiu Yimeng stared at Luo Xiaoman coldly, her tone cold, as if she was a stranger. "Elder sister Qiu." Luo Xiaoman murmured, her eyes filled with confusion, seemingly unable to figure out what had just happened. Qiu Yimeng had never attacked her before, but just now, if she had run a little faster, or if Qiu Yimeng had hit her a little farther, her legs would have been directly crippled. Feeling Qiu Yimeng's indifference and rejection, Luo Xiaoman's heart instantly filled with great pain, her mouth filled with bitterness as she subconsciously felt a trace of panic. Just as she was at a loss for what to do, she felt a big hand on her shoulder. Turning around, she saw Yang Kai slowly shaking his head at her. "Go back," Yang Kai ordered lightly, not waiting for her to respond before tossing her back. After Luo Xiaoman landed on the ground, she suddenly found that the atmosphere was a bit different. Outside the mansion, Yang Kai and Qiu Yimeng stared at each other face to face, just like the scene when the Qiu family's first young lady left this morning, neither of them saying a word. But anyone could see that the situation now was completely different from when they had parted in the morning. "Forced?" Yang Kai tilted his head and stared at Qiu Yimeng. Qiu Yimeng gently shook her head. "You didn't?" Yang Kai smiled. "If you weren't forced, why did you bring these people here? You can't possibly come and seek refuge with me, right? What I came here for, you know in your heart, why ask so many questions?" Qiu Yimeng's expression remained indifferent. "How would I know if you don't tell me? Aren't you the same? You won't tell me anything, so why should I tell you?" Qiu Yimeng retorted. Yang Kai shrugged helplessly. "First young lady, there's no need to talk nonsense with him." Suddenly, a voice called out from behind Qiu Yimeng. As these words were spoken, the Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, who were originally 20 meters away from Qiu Yimeng, stepped forward and stood behind her, each of them exuding a tyrannical aura. "You are?" Yang Kai frowned. "Qiu family elder, Fallen Leaves Hall's hall master, Chen Xian." The man coldly snorted and raised his head slightly, saying arrogantly, "The first young lady wishes to speak a few words with you because of our old friendship. She should have finished by now." Yang Kai's expression was indifferent as he picked up Qiu Yimeng by the waist, glancing over at the chaotic battlefield, a cold light flashing across his eyes before he stepped into the house. Luo Xiaoman followed closely behind him. A short time later, the three of them arrived at Su Yan's room. Pushing the door open, Yang Kai was greeted by an icy chill. Su Yan was sitting on the ice bed, seemingly cultivating, but in fact, her mind wasn't here at all. With the battle in Yang Kai's house, she naturally paid attention, but because she was from High Heaven Pavilion, it wasn't convenient for her to appear, so she could only wait quietly. "What happened? How did you get hurt like this?" Su Yan asked quickly when she saw Qiu Yimeng. "This stupid woman stabbed herself," Yang Kai said as he put Qiu Yimeng down on the ice bed. The cold air quickly invaded her body, causing her to shiver involuntarily. However, thanks to the cold, the bleeding from her wounds was quickly alleviated. "I'll leave her to you," Yang Kai said before turning around and walking out. The location of Qiu Yimeng's wound was too delicate. If it had been anywhere else, Yang Kai could have dealt with it himself, but since it was her lower abdomen, he was too embarrassed to do so, so he could only send her to Su Yan. Su Yan also had some myriad drug milk, so she knew what to do. The sound of battle rang out one after another, and as far as the eye could see, half the sky seemed to be illuminated by a burst of light. When Yang Kai returned to the mansion, he found that the battle had reached a state of anxiety, and both sides were evenly matched. The Chiu family's Falling Leaves Hall had more than 20 Immortal Ascension Boundary 6th Stage Masters. On his side, there were 3 Peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, Ingjiu, Tang Yuxian, and Old Demon, each of them possessing heaven-defying strength. Xue Ling also used her special constitution to stir up trouble, disrupting the enemy's vision and hearing. The other Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were also numerous. In terms of numbers alone, Yang Kai's side undoubtedly had a great advantage, but the Falling Leaves Hall's masters were not to be underestimated, so even if they had the advantage in numbers, they still couldn't gain any advantage. For a time, the two sides had fallen into a bitter struggle. Since the beginning of the Inheritance War, Yang Kai's mansion had never encountered such a situation. Every time they fought, they had defeated their enemies with overwhelming superiority. Qin Xian and the others also felt this was incredible. They were originally full of confidence, but after the battle really began, they discovered that the rumors they had heard were not exaggerated at all. In fact, they had even underestimated the strength of Yang Kai's cultivator. The Falling Leaves Hall's masters could be said to have been dispatched in full force, but now they couldn't do anything to a single Yang family young lord's mansion. Chen Xian inexplicably felt a sense of shame and humiliation, causing him to become even more ruthless and merciless. Yang Kai observed for a moment, but didn't enter the fray himself, instead casting his gaze towards the distance. He felt that there were many masters gathering in that direction. The cultivation of these masters wasn't any worse than the Falling Leaves Hall's masters, but their numbers were several times greater. If he wasn't mistaken, these masters should be from the other 6 families. Just as Yang Kai expected, a kilometer away, atop a 3-story pavilion, led by Yi Xen Ro, the young lords and young ladies of the 6 superfamilies gathered, all of them watching the battle from a distance. Although it was late at night, the moon was still shining brightly, so they were still able to clearly see everything that happened in front of Yang Kai's mansion. Qiu Yimeng's violent attack and the traces of Yang Kai's actions were all clearly visible to all of them. However, the final result shocked all of them. The one lying in a pool of blood was actually Qiu Yimeng. Yi Xen Ro's delicate face flashed a gloating look as she coldly snorted, "Yang Kai really has lost all humanity." Even after assisting him for so long and having such a good relationship with Qiu Yimeng, he can still be so ruthless as to kill her. Kang Zhan and the others remained silent. Although they didn't like Yi Xen Ro's arrogant attitude, they still agreed with her current statement. Because they were too far away, they hadn't been able to clearly see what had happened, so they simply believed that Qiu Yimeng had really been injured by Yang Kai. Since Qiu Yimeng entered Yang Kai's house, she had worked hard without complaint, serving as Yang Kai's left and right hands, leading the entire mansion, paying a huge price, but in the end, she had actually been injured by him. If it were anyone else, wouldn't they be bitterly disappointed? Being able to do such a thing, how could Yang Kai still have any humanity left? Obviously, he was selfish to the extreme. Only Stars Hua, on the other hand, wore a ferocious expression as he sneered. Although he didn't see clearly what had just happened, he didn't agree with Yi Xen Ro's statement. "It looks like my plan has failed." Yi Xen Ro said so, but there wasn't the slightest trace of disappointment on her face. Instead, there was a trace of joy, as if she was quite happy to see Qiu Yimeng suffer. "If I had known this would happen, I would never have let elder sister Qiu take such a risk alone." It seems we overestimated Yang Kai's moral standards. This person is beyond saving. Evil demons are generally like this. They don't even recognize their own family and friends. Their methods are cruel. What do we do now? Gao Rangfeng asked in a deep voice. Qiu Yimeng, this so-called surprise attack, had not played the role she should have. This made him wonder if Yi Xen Ro had deliberately done this because she knew this would happen, causing him to feel a sense of revulsion. Let's wait and see. Yi Xen Ro didn't show the slightest trace of nervousness and instead wore a calm expression. "Look, they're fighting. Shouldn't we send reinforcements?" Kang Zhan frowned. If we just leave them be, I'm afraid the Chiu family will gossip. Let them fight for a while. Yi Xen Rose smiled lightly. Ying Jiao and Tang Yuxian have both used their mad tyrant blood skill. I don't think anyone from your family is willing to face them at this time, right? Let's wait for the mad tyrant blood skills effect to wear off, then we'll join in. Everyone's expression became extremely strange, but none of them refuted her words. No one wanted to see any of their family's masters suffer any losses. After he finished speaking, everyone waited quietly. The battle was getting more and more intense, and people were constantly being injured or killed. Yang Kai's mansion had suffered losses, and so did the Fallen Leaves Hall. Her heart was filled with resentment, but she didn't show it on her face as she simply smiled and said, "Second young lord is currently in retreat, so I'm taking over all the matters in the house." Yang Kai nodded gently, his expression becoming much better. I knew my second brother wouldn't be so despicable and shameless. It turns out there was someone else in charge of this operation, no wonder. Yi Xen Ro's complexion changed greatly as she cursed under her breath. Yang Kai continued to smile, a strange expression appearing on his face as he said in an ambiguous tone, "Miss Yi, I'm really sorry about what happened a few days ago, but after thinking about it carefully, I realized I was wrong. Since you delivered yourself to my doorstep, I shouldn't have refused. You're so beautiful, your body is so delicate, even if I stripped naked with you, I wouldn't have lost anything, instead I would have profited. At that time, I don't know why my brain cramped, but I didn't take advantage of you, I really regret it." Saying so, he slapped his thigh, his face filled with regret. Listening to him say this, Kang Zhan, Gao Rangfeng, and the others' expressions suddenly became strange, all of them turning their heads to look at Yi Xen Ro. They didn't know when Yi Xen Ro had tried to seduce Yang Kai, but looking at this situation, it seemed that Yi Xen Ro had gone in high spirits only to return disappointed. This was really the biggest joke in the world. "Little Lord, you're really bold." Everyone couldn't help admiring him. If Yi Xen Ro had tried to seduce him, perhaps he would have fallen for her. "I've figured it out now." Yang Kai said seriously, "Young Lady Yi, why don't we go find a secluded place now so I can satisfy you? My strength isn't bad, and my skill in bed isn't bad either." Yi Xen Ro's expression became awkward, her shoulders trembling with anger. She hadn't expected Yang Kai to be so shameless, even daring to bring up such private matters in front of her. She wanted to refute him, but she didn't have the courage to do so, so she couldn't help angrily shouting, "Yang Kai, don't try to slander me with your filthy words. How could I, Yi Xen Ro, be such a person?" Gao Rangfeng, Kang Zhan, and the others all turned their heads and stared at her strangely. Stars even whistled frivolously. "You don't believe me?" Yi Xen Ro glared at these people, her pretty face flushed red. No one paid her any attention. "Whether you believe it or not, nothing happened between me and that bastard." Yi Xen Ro gasped for breath, seemingly really angry. "That's right, young Lord Kai refused to let you in. What could have possibly happened between you two?" Stars said sarcastically. Yi Xen Ro took a deep breath, and after exhaling, her anger and agitation had completely disappeared. Staring towards Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes filled with a cold light, her lips curling into a sharp smile as she gently nodded, "Yang Kai, I didn't come here to talk nonsense with you, I came here to capture you and bring you back to the central capital to wash away your evil aura and sins. This is also the will of the 8 great families." Saying so, she pointed her finger, "Capture Yang Kai, anyone who dares to resist, kill." She had become angry out of shame and wasn't prepared to engage in a verbal confrontation with Yang Kai anymore. The 6 groups of people behind her immediately followed her orders, their momentum soaring like a rainbow. "Do you think I don't have anyone?" Yang Kai roared, "Tu Feng." 7 figures suddenly flew out from the mansion, led by Tu Feng, the remaining 7 blood warriors. Including Ying Jiao and Tang Yuxian who had been dispatched before, the 9 blood warriors in the mansion had all been dispatched. Mad Tyrant Blood Skill. Roars rang out as a fierce surge of vitality filled the air, causing everyone's eyes to tremble. All of War City seemed to be on the verge of collapse at this moment. EXN-Ro's face filled with both fear and excitement as she shouted, "Yang Kai, don't forget, this is the Inheritance War. You have an agreement with the Yang family that Tu Feng and the others cannot intervene in the Inheritance War. If you dare allow them to participate, it is tantamount to violating your agreement with the family. This is no longer the Inheritance War." Yang Kai sneered, "You know better than I do." The old demon, who was fighting with the Fallen Leaves Hall Masters, suddenly laughed and whispered, "Do you really think the little lord cares about the Inheritance War? The patriarch of the Yang family is nothing but a fart. If it weren't for the fact that he had so many things to worry about here, he would have already left." "What did you say?" A master from the Fallen Leaves Hall who was fighting with the old demon couldn't help asking curiously when he saw him muttering to himself. The old demon grinned, revealing a mouthful of white fangs. "I said, you're dead." This sentence seemed to have an infinite demonic power, bringing with it a deathly aura that rushed into the master's mind. In the next moment, his movements came to a halt, his eyes going blank, his face suddenly becoming pale as he muttered, "I'm dead, I'm dead, idiot." The old demon coldly snorted, taking advantage of the other's dazed state to plunge his hand into his opponent's chest, and after taking it out again, he was holding a heart that was still beating fiercely. Blood spurted out from the man's chest like a tide. The old demon's expression became more and more ferocious as he stared towards the place with the largest number of enemies and shouted, "Blood sea sealing the heavens." A blood-red light shot out from behind him, and the ground around him instantly became viscous, as if it was made of blood. All kinds of gloomy auras filled the air, and in this blood swamp, everyone's movements couldn't help slowing down. EXN-Ro's expression became horrified while Gao Rangfeng, Kong Zhan, and Meng Shan-Yi were all shocked. Even Lu Qingyao's face showed a deep sense of dread. The old demon's cruel methods were not something most people could understand and accept. Before this, none of them had any idea that there was someone in this world who cultivated such an evil martial skill secret art. Smelling the thick bloody aura, EXN-Ro couldn't help wanting to vomit. The old demon's powerful attack instantly captured more than a dozen immortal ascension boundary masters and sealed them in a sea of blood, unable to advance or retreat. How is this possible? After watching the battle for a while, Gao Rangfeng couldn't help calling out. He found that even though the 7 superfamilies had gathered more than 100 immortal ascension boundary 6th-stage masters, they still weren't able to quickly defeat the cultivator from Yang Kai's mansion. Although Yang Kai's mansion's immortal ascension boundary masters were at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers, they were still able to put up a good fight.